Welcome in, gamers. It has been 6 weeks of Eevee, and it is now time for the playoffs here to determine who's going to be earning $250 prize pool for the Nebula Summer Eevee League. I am joined today by Fleshy Fairy. Thank you so much for being here with us today. We're super excited to have you. Our first match is going to be VIP versus for fun. How are you feeling today, Fairy?
I'm feeling good. I'm really excited. I the evolutions are my main in Pokemon Unite. I love every single one of them. So I'm really excited to watch these players pull off like the best comp out there.
Yeah, no, for sure. It is going to be super fun to see who is going to be taking the prize. There are 8 teams that have played it out through weeks. That'll be um, Rush Hour, CC Yellow, so many teams. Oh my gosh, I can't name them all off right
Or
now.
on VIP.
We're fun, VIP,
Yeah.
you're better than me. um here. But yeah, no, I'm really interested to see what they're going to do today. These teams have had a good week 5 to go back and VOD review um all of the previous matches in the league. So we'll see what they kind of do with that. Right now, for Fun versus VIP, they are going ahead and deciding on their map that they want for this first round. But yeah, no, I'm super excited to see it. Um, what are you expecting to see today, Fairy?
Well, I've been watching obviously like from the stream aspect of the games that have been casted, and I've noticed that a lot of people are not bringing in Glaceon. Um, I am hoping to see Glaceon come in because I do think that it is getting a little bit underrated right now. But I am expecting to see uh, Espion, sorry, not Espion, Sylveon in every match because ever since the buffs, it has been really, really strong. So I think that's what we're gonna see, but I hope to see some Glaceon.
Yes, no, for sure. It definitely seems like Glaceon is illusion that teams are going, hey, this isn't valuable for me. Um, keep on the board, which I definitely think it does a really good job whenever it is played. VIP here actually had some really great showings with Glaceon um, in their week 4 matches there. I think it was a really, really a huge game changer for them. Just being able to stand in that back line and shred tanks. So it is definitely super impactful. We've almost never seen the defenders, Vaporeon and Umbreon, get taken off the table. Like teams have been pretty set on keeping Umbreon and Vaporeon off the table. They just provide way too much value for these but we'll be able to see what they do pretty soon. It's looking like we are potentially are we going for the Groudon for our map? Yep. Like we are going to be having Groudon be our first pick for tonight. You guys, if you are interested in seeing what is happening live, we have a live bracket for the Eevee League up. If you just type !bracket in the Twitch chat, YouTube. I don't know. You'd have to come over to Twitch to do that. But it is available for everyone to see live what is going on. But it looks like we're going ahead and we're going straight on in draft. Very.
We immediately see that they're locking in Umbreon, which I think that if you're gonna drop one of the Defender evolutions, it's going to be Vaporeon over Umbreon, but it seems like they're locking in
Yeah, no, they
both
want
teams.
both here. It looks like Mal is going ahead and securing the Leafeon for fun on their side here. Like you said here, Sylveon is not taken off the board for either team here. It's the Leafeon and the Glaceon that seem to be those interchangeable picks here. But yeah, this is kind of to be expected here. Leafeon might have an easier time being that central path laner throughout this early game, but if that Glaceon's able to hit that level 6 and get some great KOs and snowball throughout without getting KO'd a bunch by that Leafeon, then it can really be impactful throughout.
Yeah, definitely. Glacian takes a little bit longer to get online, but it can be like your answer towards the double defender evolution that we have now, compared to before that we were forced to use like a tanky Sylveon build instead. And now you get away with hyper voice, and just play the damage. But I remember before that we didn't have defenders.
Yes, and we are going to be going ahead and out. This is a best of 3 set. VIP will be our purple team here. For Fun is going to be our orange. They are going to be sending Rigby as the Glaceon into that central path for VIP, with Mal going to meet them as Leafeon in that central lane there. But it's looking like For Fun is going for that split central path strategy there, with I'm guessing probably the Sylveon. I haven't seen it just yet to confirm, but yes, Mal already grabbing that blue buff and heading on it down for an early gank.
Yeah, and it seems like we're going for solar plate instead. It kind of surprises me. I thought that we were going to go for the more dive oriented set, when it comes to having two attackers in the side in the purple side. But we're seeing a gank over here, and we got a KO on the Umbreon, with Glaceon being the again like the response for those tanky evolutions.
Yeah, no, Blazade going down early there to Mal, but Rigby's here and Rigby's ready. We're sitting at the 850. Alteria's and Swablu's here. More of For Fun is down here to try to meet each other. We're sitting 922. Just a couple of stacks have gone in so far. Jerry with the Psyshock build on this Espeon. That's been super impactful for years. Throughout this league. It's definitely not one that I've ever seen taken off the board either. It is just way too much valuable being able to incapacitate for so long here, but Mal wants to get some of that. 17 and 12 go in on VIP's top tier 1. So we are doing a lot of work in this early game.
Yeah, For Fun is applying a lot of pressure, in this like currently they were looking for some stacks I see from the Vaporeon and the Leafeon, so they do want to apply that lane pressure early. And I see that both of the Umbreons are running Minlook Wish, and I think that's perfectly fine. The damage dealing EVs do apply, do like it does make it necessary for Umbreon to do that damage reduction and that healing as well.
For sure here. Up this top lane, we've got Chrissy and Zoro. Just kind of looking at this top pad, seeing what we can do. DJ Specs is up there as well, who I believe is streaming his perspective of this as well on his own channel. But we see Zoro coming in with the huge damage from that Hyper Voice, showing so much value there. Mal coming in and diving straight into that Flex Zone without a care. Nice 2 KO streak for Fun. And Blazade just caught in that mean circle there as for VIP's bottom tier 1 does end up being taken off the board.
No, they absolutely that is a really good play since we now have a tier 2 Lecky coming in. It seems it's just going to be Umbreon and Espeon being the ones with the task of ripping this objective, but no, it seems like Leafeon is coming in. This is definitely going to be, unless they were managed to outsecure the very strong Psyshock on Espeon, we're going to be seeing a push on tier 2 right now.
sure. And that with that Vaporeon going down, it is looking pretty rough here. Rigby's probably going to want to back up away from this Espeon Leafeon combo with that Psyshock coming in. I mean, there just wasn't a whole lot you can do there. And this Regieleki is coming in. We're at 11 to 184. And up this top lane, we do see a nice KO there on that Sylveon. And Chrissy's looking a bit low, but they do manage to make it to their tier 1. And Regice is lonely and untouched up this top lane here.
Yeah, I do think that they should the so I'm so sorry. I think that they should go for like immediate rip on the top objective. They need that catch of XP. They're not super far behind, but Vaporeon still doesn't have the United One. Neither does Sylveon. So we do need to go for a flip on this top ice that we're looking at.
Definitely, the glacial stage does come out though, and Rigby is in that back line throwing those spears out. Chrissy kind of pulling back a little bit, but For Fun is still up here and they are still ready for what comes next here. The Solar Blades come out straight onto Blaze Aid. That Psyshock goes, and Hyper Voice is just shredding. Really, it's hard to get on top of a team with that Hyper Voice out. I mean, it is just kind of a one-way ticket straight back to the Pokemon Center there. Both teams are kind of poking back and forth. We're looking at this, but Psyshock in on Chrissy here. They are managing to keep their team up as well as possible. Psychic Solaire comes out here, but the Espeon for Fun is down here. It is just Chrissy. Those were some really impactful KOs for VIP, and they take an advantageous position here for this Reg Ice right now, but they're gonna have to rip it pretty quick because For Fun is looking at coming up here and trying to grab it.
Yeah, no, that is that whole fight was a huge for Purple Side since they definitely like needed the catch up XP plus that ice. They can take another fight, but now comes the Leafeon with the Emerald two step on and they got a huge KO on the Glaceon right now. This is Forfar has been applying a lot of pressure and trying to keep them behind, but we're managing to keep up.
Yes, indeed. Mal does end up going down there. That is really great for their side as well. And Voltage is looking like they're going to be in trouble as well, as Glaceon is able to lock in that move on them right now. Blaze Aid just caught in that circle, but For Fun is not super interested in getting them. Their home pad is open on this side of VIP, so that is pretty scary, especially with For Fun seeming like they are pretty interested in keeping them away from this Regieleki or grabbing it themselves.
Yeah, definitely. We don't want For Fun, like they don't want For Fun to take this Lecky, but For Fun doesn't need to worry about it either. They can just give it up and apply some pressure on the tier 2 on the top side, but it seems like we are going to be contesting it a little bit or make sure that there's a way to defend it. For Fun is all coming down bottom for this fight, for this defense.
No, they are indeed, and the Psychic Solaire does come out with Emerald two-step to follow it up from Mal here. That's a 2 KO streak. Blaze Aid's looking low as the Psyshocks are raining in, and they are just caught in a really scary position there, with Mal ending up with 3 KOs, and Espeon taking the next one here. I mean, yeah, they don't really have to worry about this Regieleki going in. That's 20 on their 87 tier 1. That doesn't even break it there. And Groudon is coming up, so VIP is going ahead and grabbing whatever farm they can on their side. This last fight might be a little bit hard for them, but give us a little bit of insight here on what might make the difference for them in this fight.
I think that well we're already seeing an issue, which is that For Fun already has really good ground positioning in the pit. Meanwhile the Purple Team is getting caught up in their choke. This is a very dangerous position to be in. For Fun is applying a lot of pressure, so I think that I'm sorry. I'm just kind of surprised that we went through the choke immediately. That was such a dangerous position to be in. That is what I consider the death path if we already have like really early positioning. It was just an immediately team wipe on their end, and we're gonna get the crowd on. We're
Definitely a
gonna have to
very
go for the
scary
defense.
position to be in here. Espeon does manage to secure that for fun here, but yeah, no, like you said, that fight started in a very scary position here for VIP. DJ Specs going ahead and trying to get the Moonlight Prance out, see if they can make a difference here. Maybe we can grab a Groudon buff or two and turn this around, but Mal comes in and is just devastating with, I believe that's the double blade build there, which you really don't see too often, like you were saying, and just the Hundo Burgers are reigning in here, 11-7, 812 right now. I mean, really, there's not a ton that VIP can do except try to adjust and think about what we can do for our next game.
Yeah, I don't see how there's like enough points on the map. For Fun was able to apply pressure the entire game, keep up because it's as an evolution you need to consistently be snowballing, and they managed to do that. And the early ground on positioning was their best advantage in that ground on fight.
And unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. So it'll be for Fun who goes ahead and takes um this first game of this first set here. They are going winner here, and you can see just how impactful Mao was on that Leafeon with the 126k damage dealt there, and the Espeon and Sylveon to follow it up. Just huge numbers on their side, as well as Blazeade. I mean, the tanks for the side of VIP were able to tank a lot of that damage there, but there was just so much there. That is over 300k on the side of absolutely.
Yeah, they were consistently early on whenever the Altarius would spawn. They would be there whenever early before an objective would spawn. They were keeping up those timers for objectives and an EXP farm, and they were just able to keep control of the pace of the game and the map as a whole.
It was just a lot. Um, and go ahead and play um Groudon, or if we're something different. Um, again, I'm I'm really not sure what we're going. Um, yeah, no, that was just the score difference was it really was.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily that we're going to see a change of EVs. Maybe we will swap the Glaceon for the Leafeon, but I'm not quite sure if they're going to go for that. But I do think that VIP, the main thing would be do not like just let that tier 2 Regieleki go in. I think that there should have been a little bit more pad defense. That put them in a really dangerous spot. I'm expecting them to be more mindful of that on the next game because it seems for Fun is looking for that consistent like score lead.
Um, definitely it was rough for VIP, but we've definitely seen them come back in games like this. I mean, they just need to what we can do during this next game. The Leafeon was just able to snowball a lot quicker. Mal was very able to get KOs super quickly. I don't I'm not super sure. I really think they could do different um and turn this around themselves. But it looks like we're going on into match, and they are choosing Groudon once again.
I think that Groudon is a great map choice. It doesn't allow for a lot of bushes to hide around. It's really good for you can come back from it. You can definitely come back from it, and I see that they're picking exactly the same composition. Both sides are going for the exact same. We definitely, I definitely think that the main thing is going to be going for more scores, not letting for fun get like that score lead. But it seems like we are going for the same exact draft, and I'm not complaining about it.
Yeah, and Chrissy was able to get stacked on the Vaporeon pretty early. Blaze 8 is not actually stacking um out this, which I do see special attack specs on Vaporeon a lot, so I wonder if they're gonna do but yeah, I do play it again. It definitely seemed like it was working out pretty well for them.
Yeah, it was a definitely surprising pick. It caught me off guard when I first saw it. But if it's working, why would you change it? You know?
We're gonna see what they end up doing in just a minute here as we go into this game 2 here. If VIP is not able to win this match, then this set will be going to for fun. So a lot of stock is in this for sure. Looks like Mal is going ahead and being the central laner for fun once again. VIP is sending DJ Specs and Sherry up that top path.
Yeah, and here VIP is going to have like a tougher lane into this Espeon that has such a good early secure. But it seems like both junglers are going for a bottom lane again. Leafeon already here, already looking to see if they can get an early pick here. Leafeon wants to stack right now, so it's definitely good that they're applying this pressure.
No, for sure. Yeah, the 920 Leafeon coming down is just devastating, especially against just some little Eevees that haven't even evolved just yet. Sherry is online though, so Chrissy is pulling back just a little bit here, but it looks like Mal went ahead and decided to head up this top lane to see what we can do here. DJ Specs and Sherry are looking pretty low here. The Solar Blade does end up coming out. Psyshock in. That was huge for their side. If they could capitalize off that a little bit more, another Psyshock would have been would have definitely KO'd Zoro as they were running back to tier 1.
Yeah, that was definitely risky, and I bet that the comms were they're still at Eevee here. You can come here. We can apply the pressure. We can definitely get this.
Yeah, no,
And it seems like we get a KO on the bot lane.
yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, they probably did say that, but Sherry got online and then it was like, oh, heck, we better back away from this. Chrissy gets another stack in, which is pretty scary, but they are caught in the mean luck and they managed to get away just barely on a little bit of HP. Their voltage down this bot lane, just securing farm, and Mal's back once again. Here we go. The Solar Blade in, followed up with the Leaf Blade on Blaze 8, and that is just blade after blade. They are down right now. It is just Rigby, a lone Glaceon trying to defend this pad, and while it can output a bunch of damage, it really isn't the best at holding pad since it can only lock on to one mon at a time here. But they are definitely doing a really great job getting a 2 KO streak with the Hyper Voice to follow it up. Mal does end up going down 11 to 98. And we are going ahead and pushing forward with this advantage here, getting some scores in the 30 and the 15, and it looks like we're just we're poking at each other a bit on this top lane as well.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see that instead of just going for the pad defense, instead that they're going for a more they're trying to keep up in scores. They were falling behind on the previous game with such a big score lead difference, but now we're going for the counter pushes, which is really good for VIP. And it seems like they're doing a 5-man top. Everyone decided to go top for this objective. I'm not quite sure what this objective we have up here.
Yeah, it's a mystery so far, but it looks like we've got our Regieleki up top lane, which both teams are placing a lot of stock in this time, which might make a little bit of a difference since For Fun was able to do a lot with it. But the Psyshocks are going out, hitting the Umbreon and the Vaporeon on the side of For Fun. DJ Specs is looking pretty low. The spears are coming out and tons of damage with the Glacial Stage to follow it up. from Rigby, but Mao with the Emerald two-step coming in and getting knocked out by Blaze Aid there. They were able to get KOs, but it looks like we're probably going to have to just reset this fight here. We've got too many big players on both sides, but no, we just want to keep it going. Fairy Frolic coming out from Zoro there, and Rigby is there to be able to punish that with those spears locked and loaded and ready to knock out Zoro.
This Vaporeon for fun has been living on 1 HP and a dream for a couple of times now. And it seems like we're going to go for this Lecky push. VIP is saying no. Last time when you pushed that Lecky, that was tough for us. So here's like the reverse treatment. But yeah, it seems like we're backing away. There's 5 people defending the pad, and one thing you don't want to do with the Eevees with long range is just don't fight them on pad.
For sure. Here comes VIP moving confidently down this bot lane towards our bottom Reggie here, and Zoro caught in the mean look. It does end up going down here. Tons of scores are going in, 125 to 98 right now. Just kidding. They gotta make a liar out of me as we do capture the Reggie Rock on the side of VIP. But For Fun is making some good use of their time right now and going ahead and scoring up that top tier 2.
Yeah, and it's really good, and we also saw Leafeon taking the buffs on VIP's side, and we're just immediately leaving, going back to our own jungle farm, and and Vaporeon broke 2 over, but it's still giving them that pad benefit. Oh
no! Yeah, no, you can see the Vaporeon there was just like, oh, I thought, oh, she's getting away again! There goes Chrissy! But no, it's just a little bit too much with those spears, but they've had some really great escapes throughout this Sherry. Once again, hitting Mao with that Psyshock there, and we do decide to go ahead and back off here. We're 125 to 183 at a bit past the halfway point in this match here. So it's definitely a lot more even. For both of these teams right now, but huge fights breaking out with the Psychic Solaire coming out, the Moonlight Prance to follow it up from DJ Specs. Here, Hyper Voice in the back on that Vaporeon. Chrissy's looking pretty low once again, but they might give us a famous escape once more. Eevee in that back line with the Moonlight Prance as well. That is huge here, but I mean, we do have to kind of, well, no, we don't want to back off. The Psyshock wants to come on in and claim Glace. Oh my gosh, 2 Mons for their side. Wow, that was huge. That was super quick as well.
Yeah, Espion was like, nope, you're not getting away. You're not getting away, but seems like teams are gathering for this top Lecky. I do think that we want to go for this tier 2 push again. It seems For Fun is leaning towards that Lecky pushes. But Sylveon is going to be able to just get this bottom objective for free, uncontested, while this fight is coming on.
Yeah, super important here that Espion's doing a really great job staying in that backline and getting those snipes off with Psyshock there, knocking out Umbreon for the side of For Fun here. VIP is showing up their stuff here. Blaze Aid coming in, trying to see if we can get on top of Mao right now, and that was a really late Aquamarine splash from VIP. Wow, I'm very surprised to see that popped so early here, and Blaze Aid is looking pretty low, but we are getting some nice heals with DJ Specs trying to heal them up with Wish as well.
Yeah, I don't know if that Vaporeon ult was necessary or worth it, but it seems like we're starting the ground on fire, but we already have it here again. For Fun already with a really early positioning. I hope that we learned from past game that we should not be walking through that choke path.
Yes, no, and it seems like it is very tempting to go ahead and go back on in there. The Hyper Voice is coming out in that backline here. The Glacial Stage right on top of a couple members of For Fun there, but the Moonlight Prance does come out. That's nice. That's 2 KOs off of For Fun right now from that Sylveon here. The Emerald two-step does come out from Mal, though, and Glaceon is down. for VIP. That's a couple really impactful members for both sides here. And I think they're just gonna have to reset though. I mean, there's some risk here on going ahead and going for it with that Espeon up that top side. And Espeon is still up for VIP as well. So it is definitely a very risky situation. But here we go. Once again, the Hyper Voice does come out with Psyshock's in the back from Voltage there. And it looks like we're pretty much just trying to reset right now.
Yeah, definitely. That fight definitely was very, very scary, but the refight was the better call. It seems that Leafeon is coming in. Vaporeon on VIP already has their Unite move back.
They
We're just
do.
we're just seeing a lot of poke.
Yeah, they definitely aren't super committed to hitting each other. I mean, it's definitely very scary, but DJ Specs is in the scariest spot of them all in that mean look, but they do manage to go ahead and survive throughout that here. Blaze Aid looking for a KO here on Mal, fighting solo up this top tier 1. It's just not enough here. It looks like since for fun, I didn't even notice this fight has gone on and on and on. Looks like for fun we'll be taking this next game here since I believe they had the score advantage. Wow, that that game was very long. My goodness. G's to both teams. 116. Oh my gosh. 125 to 183 on the side of fun. Yeah, what a game, Fairy. That was really intense.
Yeah, with Glaceon doing 104,000 damage, that definitely was huge on their end, and Espeon just doing 121. That was doing a lot. That's a lot. It's I definitely like that for fun was just defensive. It's they were in a position where they knew we don't need to do anything here. We can just sit back and just defend. Don't you don't need to commit too much to the fight. As long as they don't take Groudon, we're fine.
Oh, for sure. Gamers, we are gonna be break for a second as we do see who is going to be um our next match on screen. Thank you guys so much for us. If we'll be back in just a little bit. If you do exclamation bracket, you can see live bracket is at and your production team is going to be figuring out who we're going to Welcome back, gamers, and we are here for our second broadcasted set of this Eevee League. If you're interested, keeping track of everything that's going on for the playoffs today, be sure to type exclamation point bracket. But I'm not alone today. We are going to be streaming Yellow versus For Fun, and I am joined today by Hyper. How are you doing, Hyper?
I am very hyped for this matchup here. I believe these are both teams that I have casted during the league. However, I don't believe I've seen either of them play each other. So I do think both these teams bring a lot of flair to the table, and because they're both really high skilled teams, it's going to be interesting to see which team, how they decide to incorporate their own ideas and thoughts on the meta into this own game to try and come out on top.
Definitely going to be interesting to see what they do. I think both teams have done really well throughout this league. And I don't know. We'll see if maybe we do some uh, potentially some VOD review maybe on each other. I don't know. I think it's you can't really like target ban anyone in this, right? But you can definitely see how teams play and CC Yellow they definitely have had some really um key kind of like fun plays that I've seen that are very creative that I really like AFK in order to get a top tier 1 score in. I believe that was on Rush Hour. I remember watching it just being like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe what I just saw with my own two eyes." But yeah, we will very very soon. It sounds like the teams are going for it looks like they might be going for the Groudon, and it like we are going starting in just a second. So are these teams going to take out the Glaceon, or are we going to be going for Leafeon? What is going to be happening here? Hyde looks like Umbreon's is going to be locking in that Umbreon.
Yeah, I think you do have to play all of these defenders. Although I have seen some of the top teams decide to opt out of the defenders to go for three attackers plus the Leafeon alongside it. As you do see here, we're going to be seeing Glaceon here going to be locked in here for one of these two teams. Meanwhile, we're going to see the regular old team comp here for the other side with our good old Sylveon, Espeon, Vaporeon, Umbreon, and Leafeon lineup here. I'm wondering if we're going to see any changes up in movesets, especially with the Leafeon, since we've kind of seen a bit of a switch up and mix up, whether it be Solar Blade or Leaf Blade and those kinds of movesets. And they both have their pros and cons. One offers a bit more mobility, whilst the other one offers a bit more secure and poke for the team.
Yes, and yeah, that is going to be super interesting to see, but it'll be Leafeon versus Leafeon here. Yeah, and Mal was able to come down for such an um early gank down bot lane. We'll see if they do anything different against CC Yellow. CC Yellow will be playing their only app on it, also sporting a nice gold badge and the beautiful hollowware there. But here we go, our first game of this set here. This will be best of 3. CC Yellow on your purple side with for fun as our orange team. Once again, I had to do a double take there really quickly, but Mal is going to be going for that central lane as that Leafeon, and Tap will be taking the central lane for the side of CC Yellow.
Yeah, CC Yellow. The last set I casted was actually CC Yellow's set, and they really maximized their level lead with this split push central area, and it just basically allows two Pokemon to get their evolutions early and cause way more trouble around the map. As we immediately see this Leafeon trying to get the knockout onto this very poor Eevee, but not going to be able to find the knockout onto it. But it does give a lot of space here to just be able to take away a lot of the farm. Meanwhile, on the bot side, we're seeing a response here with a few more scores going to be scored in here for the side of For Fun.
Yeah, for fun, is getting some scores in pretty early here. But CC Yellow, they have 4 up this top lane right now, right before these 850 bird spawn, and it'll be the Vaporeon that starts to engage with the Hyper Voice in from behind from that DD there. Chrissy being forced back to the berries right now down this bot lane. For fun has their own push that they're making on their side. And yeah, it's really couple scores going in for both sides. No KOs just yet here, though. Corp is looking for it here. Mal does try to get a Solar Blade on them, but that Vaporeon is too bulky. But you know who isn't too bulky? That's Sylveon. They do end up going down after being caught in that Look Hyper.
Yeah, unfortunately, mean looks do not really care who you are and where you come from. They will still give you a good old mean look, and they will find a way to lock you down, as clearly shown here, as both Umbreons proceed to mean look each other. As we do see here, only a 1-point difference, going to be pushed towards an 11. No, make that a 16-point lead now in favor of For Fun. However, we're going to see Sylveon here going to be screeching or singing its way forward, trying to find as much as possible. Not going to be able to find a knockout there onto Vaporeon, as now we do see this Regidrago up and available, and it looks like For Fun going to be looking to trying to take the positioning for this Regidrago. No, they're just going to look for some more knockouts.
Yep, another knockout in on that Sylveon here, and Tap is looking at For Fun right now, seeing if we can come in and do something with our Razor Leaf there. Mal is caught in that mean look, and we don't do a ton here. We're just trying to get some farm right now. Go ahead and grab as many of these birds as we can as we try to get the rest of our Eevees fully online here. Umbreons is a little bit behind here, still sitting at that level 5 here, so they are trying to get fully online still. 63 to 97. Mal is looking at an Emerald 2-step on DD there. That is a interesting play. They're taking that Sylveon off the board for CC Yellow there, and that is we're gonna see Regieleki up this top lane right now, and CC Yellow looks like they're going ahead and going for it.
Yeah, that was very smart to play there by Leafeon, knowing that it had its Unite move available. Just immediately tried to look for the knockout. I managed to get a lot of valuable experience for it. But, however, good response here by CC Yellow. Going to go immediately for that Regieleki, trying to get it to push forward. As there's the Emerald 2-step from the Leafeon, going to be able to find the knockout there onto the Vaporeon. As Sylveon's forced to immediately back away to its Tier 2 pad. As the Tier 1 pad in this top path will be immediately eviscerated down to nothing.
For sure, 124 to 97. And we've got a whole other Reggie on the board here that the teams are looking like they're interested in seeing in just a minute here. But Hyper Voice on Eevee there. Eevee is taking a little bit of damage, but that Wish really did heal them up pretty well. Caught in the other Umbreon's mean look here. But we've got Registeel down here. This is something that both teams are pretty interested in grabbing, it looks like, but we're just gonna see where that engage is. And mean look on top of mean look here. The Moonlight Prance to get out and pull away from Eevee here, and there it is. Here comes Tap in with that Emerald 2-step. The Glacial Stage is out from For Fun here, and both teams have popped a lot of Unite moves, but the KOs haven't come out, and yet just as I say that, there goes one, there goes two, and we've still got a couple team members down here. Registeel's looking pretty low, and it'll be Espeon on the side of CC Yellow who ends up taking that final anticipated last hit.
Yeah, I think at the very start of the fight there, we actually saw the Leafeon for the side of CC Yellow try to go in and find a knockout onto the Glaceon. However, a really well-timed eject there meant it dodged a lot of that damage, and the mean look from the Umbreon for the side of For Fun connected onto that said Leafeon, and it caused it to immediately get knocked out, which meant a lot of control went over to For Fun. However, CC Yellow still managed to find a good amount of space, just enough space for that Espeon there to secure that Reggie in the bot path, as they will look for that Regieleki in that top path as well to try and get that pushing towards that Tier 2, and they are committing quite a few members here for it as well. 3 members just to these 2, but Leafeon possibly could join here for the side of 4 fan here just to try and shut down any hope. As there is going to be Eevee, going to be able to connect there onto the Leafeon, but won't be able to do much more damage than that. As the Regieleki will go down, but diving forward, is this Leafeon from the side of CC Yellow. Will find the Emerald 2-step onto that Sylveon, find a knockout, but there's a good knockout there from the Glaceon. Going to be able to find a knockout. Psychic Solaire will be able to connect, but there is the follow-up of the Emerald 2-step from this for fun Leafeon. Going to be able to find its own knockout and find this 40 points into this top half and find the break.
Yeah, no, that break on that tier 1, I mean, the Vaporeon didn't want to let them have it, but it was definitely going down. The scores are pretty close here, as we sit at the 3:30 mark here. We've got some time here to try to anticipate. I don't know, like, no more Unite moves should be popped for the next minute 30 here. But we're gonna see, though, as our next Reggie trio is going to be spawning down this bot lane. And we do go for the engagement. Sylveon diving in deep on top of that Umbreon here. The Fairy Frolic does end up coming out with Hyper Voice to follow it up. Voltage kind of pulling back there. And a couple KOs for CC Yellow onto For Fun here, giving them some nice positioning here for the Registeel. Rip, it is already a little bit past half health here. Is looking pretty angry, smacking that Espeon in the face here, but they do manage to capture it for their side. And we've got only 40 seconds till Groudon.
Yeah, although the Sylveon was forced to use its Fairy Frolic really early for the side of CC Yellow, it was at that 3-minute mark, and for an Eevee, you can actually get it back quite quickly. So it won't really matter too much. They might have to wait a bit longer before they go in for any kind of engage for that 2-minute mark for the Groudon fight. However, it shouldn't pose too much of a detriment, especially since they managed to get a knockout out of it. So it did find some value in that fight. But here we go. We do see here the level lead kind of in favor here for the side of For Fun. However, you can already see that Sylveon going to be chunked down to about half HP as the as this Groudon has just popped onto the map.
Popping of one of the Vaporeon's passives there. Chrissy caught in that mean look with Hyper Voice coming in on Voltage there from Didi. Hyper Voice is just kind of defending both packs of EVs on both sides. Can't get in too close without being pretty careful here. But one Hyper Voice is down, so the other one is up, and mean look and to follow that up right now. I mean, both teams we're kind of poking at each other, but no true engage just yet. Voltage with the Glacial Stage coming out here, and Umbreon's is looking pretty low, caught in that mean look Hyper Voice mean combo here. The Emerald 2-step Fairy Frolic comes out from Zoro, and it's looking like CC Yellow is going for a full push here. Voltage caught in mean look, but we push pretty far over onto For Fun's side here, so Zoro and Voltage have the advantage of being able to heal up and grab some shields there.
Yeah, really nice snipe there from the Glacian, able to turn that fight around. They were put down to only 2 members, but they managed to get their own 3 knockouts back, and you can already see still the Espeon down for the side of CC Yellow. Meanwhile, For Fun with all 5 members up, and they still have a Moonlight Prowse to hand, and they've got their Vaporeon scoring the top half, 34 points, which will put them back in the lead. 184 to 211. It is only going to be 27 points difference. So still any chance for score here, as we do see Leafeon in top half, probably going to try and look for some kind of back cap here. 20 seconds left. There's not going to be enough time to rip down this Groudon and look for any kind of scores. There's Vaporeon's gone for the back, trying to defend the base, but can the Leafeon get the scores in? He's 28 points, so he's going to get cancelled! He won't be able to get the scores in! There's now Emerald 2-step going to try to find knock out as much as possible. Meanwhile on the bot side, they're trying to defend as much as possible away from the side of For Fun, as now the scores, even with the knockout, will not connect. This match will be going to the side of For Fun.
What an intense fight here, Hyper. Oh my gosh, this was just wild. 184 to 211, incredibly close. Tab trying to get that back cap in, just very 2 stops of despair for C Yellow here, but you see all of the beautiful stats on the screen right now. We are going to move back over to our lovely caster cams here in just a second now, and here we go. Hyper. So this is the best of 3 set here. It was really, really fun. First game to start us out. What do you think might be different in this next game?
So I think the main thing I want to highlight from that game number one is that DC Yellow pretty much the entire game was securing every single one of the objectives. But when it came time for team fights, it just for some reason there'd be like they might get a few kills in the beginning, but as you saw in that final fight, they would end up getting picked off one by one just because they would overextend or they thought, maybe we could push this advantage more than they thought they actually could. And I think that mainly came down to the level difference from the side of For Fun. They had that level difference, and I think DC Yellow didn't really take that into account when they were trying to go for these very offensive plays, which is what led to them maybe not having the position they would have liked. And that's kind of what led them to end up being on the back foot in that last few moments. Whereas I think for fun, there's still a few things that they need to tweak on their own side, where it comes down to mainly just their positioning when it comes into a fight. They often find themselves getting caught out very easily, and we especially saw it right at the very beginning of the Groudon fight, where we saw a very nice aquamarine splash there from the Vaporeon from the side of CC Yellow, managing to find so many members, but they just weren't able to find the following KOs just onto that Sylveon and that Glaceon.
Really great, fun game. Sides. Really interested to see what we next. But gamers, if you are interested in seeing what is going on in this game, what is happening with the bracket, be sure to type !bracket. You can see the live everything that's going on in Start GG here. It looks like we've got a couple different things happening right now. Up our top winners bracket, we've got Rush Hour versus Shadow Hand, and I do believe Coolager is streaming their perspective on their channel as well here. And we're going to be covering CC Yellow versus For Fun. We'll also be covering the winners final, losers final, and the grand final. A couple more best of up. It looks like the getting ready right now though. And it looks like we're going for the Groudon map once again.
Yeah, I think I don't believe I have seen once this tournament, at least at all when I've casted, anyone pick Rayquaza or Kyogre when I've casted. I don't know if it's like a curse that I have, where these teams just refuse to play Kyogre or Rayquaza, or if it's just because they don't like playing it in front of me because they know that it would just be very boring and we want Hyper to scream very loudly and just cause absolute chaos so that when they go back to look at the VOD review, they won't be able to, understand what the heck's going on. But I think definitely the main benefit of this Golden map is that yes, you do get a very powerful buff, but it often comes with a caveat of that you can often get caught out if you're outranged and get sniped and get knocked out because you don't gain any extra HP bonus. You can still get knocked out as normally as you would. So if you do, it can cost you very dearly in those final few moments.
I uh I don't know. It'll be interesting what we do, but it looks like we're heading on back into our draft screen hyper. So here we go once again. We've got Chrissy, Mel, Vivi locking in the Umbreon here. We are maybe potentially going to see the very rare Clefable. Nope, just kidding. Nope, none of that for me. But Glaceon getting picked on side of For Fun to replace the Espeon.
Yeah, so this is what we saw last game, but I think what I really want to highlight is that unlike any other Glaceon we've seen this tournament, we actually saw it play the freeze dry build, which is often not what you tend to see. You tend to see the Ice Shard build, which is definitely what a lot more people prefer because it's a sure hit target. But the freeze dry build often allows a bit more CC to come in for a side's composition. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how it plays. Personally, I'm a big fan of Freeze Dry as a move set, and it is played at the very high level by some of these top attacker players. So it's going to be interesting to see how Voltage uses it in this game too, especially since we saw it have such high value, getting crucial knockouts in crucial moments in those games.
It was definitely super impactful. I think it is very rare to see a team go ahead and pull Espeon off. It is such a great secure here, so really interesting to see for fun going for it. But they have match point advantage as we head into this second game here. CC Yellow still your purple side here, and they are going to be fighting it out. If For Fun is going to take this next game, they will be taking this set and moving on here. But Mal and it looks like Zoro are going to be splitting that central path on For Fun's side there. Vaporeon on their side going ahead and getting some early stacks in, some early scores, as Umbreon's is also looking to get some early scores in as well.
I think what is very important to notice here is that although for the side of For Fun they split their farm finally, trying to take a page out of the book of CC Yellow. As we do see a great knockout there from the Leafeon, just going to be able to secure it in the top path. I think it's going to be interesting because CC Yellow still is able to get ahead of them in terms of clearing their central area farm. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here with that early positional advantage. But we still have 2 level 3s for both CC Yellow and for Fun.
Yes, indeed. 45 to 45 here. The Hyper Voice is coming out on that Vaporeon. They are trying to pull away as quickly as they can. The Leafeon is jumping around as well here. Looks like Espeon might be going for those Natus in the middle there. And we're back down bot lane here. We're 45 to 60 once more. CC Yellow is looking at some of this central lane farm for the side of For Fun. And it is definitely not very fun when someone is coming in your snacks out of your central lane.
Yeah, but Vaporeon did such a great job there of just stalling out the opponents and allowed the Leafeon for the side of CC Yellow to be able to secure the buff from their central area. And Regigigo is now available on the map. Both teams not really in the greatest position here to try and go for it, but Glaceon for the side of For Fun looks like they want to try and start this out and try to secure it. However, Leafeon now seeing that it's starting to get ripped, possibly trying to maybe look for some kind of play here with the Sylveon moving into that bottom path.
We are indeed. Regidrago is looking pretty low in that middle area there. Leafeon going ahead. No surprises there, getting the secure for the side of For Fun here. And we still have Vaporeon trying to get some scores in up this top lane here with just 4 points. So maybe we're still looking at some stacks, but we do come in and we do see the Emerald 2-step come out from tap there, dealing huge damage against the enemy Leafeon. Their huge push here from CC Yellow here with Voltage in that backline, just trying to stay in the flex zone and stay safe while they try to keep some of these scores or stall some of them out from going in. But For Fun's tier 1 is done, and these mons are going to have to be looking somewhere else for those benefits that they get from that flex zone being up.
Now, one unfortunate thing that I did manage to notice from that play is that when they broke the bottom tier 1 pad, they did only get they were only able to get a 3-point overdunk, which means that if it comes time to that very crucial moment when they're trying to figure out points and who's ahead, there's going to be a bit more pressure there for the side of CC Yellow to try and figure out, do we actually have the points lead, even if we may have more goal zones down than the opponents. As you do see here, For Fun trying to break down, CC Yellow trying to break down this Regirock here, and it will be largely uncontested thanks to the Sylveon's positioning, but it will be caught by the look there, but not going to be able to approach much further, as now good snipe going to be able to come out from the Sylveon, as finding so much damage. There's the Moonlight Trance onto 2 members, going to be able to find knockout onto the Vaporeon, onto the Sylveon, and on to that Umbreon alongside it. 1 point remains on that pad, opening the door for a massive overdunk, and that was a huge team fight win here for the side of CCO. This is exactly what you want to try and get back into the game, as Glaceon just going to be able to try and get some scores in and get a break on this bottom tier 1 pad for the side of For Fun.
Yeah, I cringed a little there. I was worried the Swablu was going to try to stop that score there by its own little self. But, you know, Voltage is down here getting some good damage in, trying to contest this Altaria between themselves and Umbreon here. But Hyper Voice is here from Didi, I believe. And Chrissy is down there as well. We're just kind of poking at some of this farm up this top lane here. 172 to 106 right now. This game is looking not too bad for either side, but CC Yellow has a level 12 Leafeon, and that is going to be huge for them. As we do come in, we do see the Fairy Frolic come out from Zoro there, and the Hyper Voice as well, chasing CC Yellow on back to tier 1, and we both just don't want to engage with each other too heavily right now.
Yeah, we do see here Leafeon and Silverun going to be ripping down this Regieleki, sending that straight towards the Vontage we've had. However, we do see here good damage onto the Umbreon for the side of CC Yellow. It's going to be forced to retreat there. Really good response there for Fun, trying to find as much as possible. Or Umbreon does have to be careful there from the side of CC Yellow, not to get caught out by the meat look from the side of Fun's Umbreon. As how did that Regieleki get through? I think it must have just been a good force there from the side of CC Yellow there, and that means their score lead goes from big to massive with a 318 to 110 point lead, which means it's going to be 208 points to try and get ahead in this game, which means at least another 200 burgers and more.
Yeah, no, for sure. We are 332 to 110, like you were saying here at the 330 mark right now. I wonder if we're gonna see another team fight kind of explode. Right now is our top Reggie worth the fight? That's a Reg Ice sitting there. We'll see if these gamers want to go for it. But the Umbreon already starting out. Getting some nice CC in on Eevee early here. The Fairy Frolic to follow it up, knocking out the Leafeon there as the Sylveon lands. Voltage getting pushed back here, but it looks like CC Yellow is mostly interested in some of this catch-up farm here on the side of For Fun, making sure that they can't have that to get their level lead ahead as much as possible here. And Tap is looking huge here. Tap has level 14 on that Leafeon and might actually be able to hit level 15 right before the Groudon spawns in.
I think something that CC Yellow has been really good during these fights in is just being able to coordinate their attacks way better than the game number 1 there. And we've been able to see them find major picks there, like we just saw. Getting 2 knockouts were just absolutely crucial, as now they finally turn towards that Regice. Really smart play there just to rip it down, get the secure, and get that buff for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Regieleki now on the map. 20 seconds now before the objective. More than enough time here for the side of For Fun to go for the objective, but they're hesitant to go for it because they're worried about a possible counterattack from the side of CC Yellow. So they have to play it very cautiously, and they decide not even to just go for it here. They decide to try and push through this one path, but it does mean they have to push through a bit of a chokehold, which could be very vulnerable to anything like that Aquamarine Splash. If we do see Meanlook, will we have connect there onto the Vaporeon, as now a bit more poke damage going to be able to come out here from the Glaceon, trying to find as much damage as possible onto these tanks. As you do see on the side there, there's going to be the Solar Blade going to be able to connect on the Vaporeon. Glacier Stage immediately thrown out there by Voltage, trying to find as much damage into them, as there's going to be a lot of snipes, but there's going to be a lot of return damage. Forced to eject immediately. Moonlook's going to be forced away, as now you can see Leafeon's going to be traded, but it's going to be in the side of CC Yellow. They find 2 members, they find 3 members, no, they find all 5 members, as they look towards the ground and fight, as they look to take this to a match point themselves, take it to the full 3 games in this best of 3.
What an amazing fight from CC Yellow here, coming in with the 50 hundo burger on home pad here. Umbreon's getting caught in that mean look. For Fun does not seem super happy about that. Chrissy does end up taking a Groudon buff, and so does no, it was just Chrissy that looks like they grabbed that from the side of CC Yellow here. So we're gonna have to be careful. We're gonna have to see. There's 40 seconds left on the map, and that tier 1 is up, and it is looking really pretty nice for Fun right now. But they have 11 That would only turn into 22 here, but Chrissy going ahead and making space for their team to go ahead and score here. That's 72 in for fun, but we are still at a huge point deficit. We've got to get over 250
Sylveon.
points in right now, but here we go with the Glacial Stage coming out from For Fun with the Psychic Solaire as well. Moonlight Prance is out here. Another little score in for Fun. And Hyper, I don't know if it's enough here. You're our mathematician. What do you think?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight in the background, we just saw the Leafeon and that Sylveon just go and score 2 Hundo Burgers into that home pad for the side of For Fun. So that meant they had more than enough points, more than any points on the map for the side of For Fun, so that even if they were able to knock out all 5 members, they still wouldn't even have the points to be able to take their lead back, as you can see here. 698 to 246. A way more one-sided game here for the side of CC Yellow, clearly showing they've got a lot more bark in them. Yeah, bark. They're dogs, right?
For sure. We're going to move off the stats screen and we're going to move on back to Caster Cams here. What an amazing game here. This is our first set to go to that best of 3. Oh my gosh, I am so used to saying best of 5 when it comes to this league, because that's what we've been doing it throughout for the most part here. But yeah, we are sitting 1-1 right now. Everyone, thank you so much to MK for the raid, as well as DJ Specs coming in and showing some love for the show. We really appreciate it. If you guys are interested in seeing the bracket, be sure to type !bracket here. Hyper gets to has been really great and gets to pass the first best of 3 that we've had so far, and it's looking like the gamers been different. I'm gonna have to verify in Discord really quickly, but it's looking like they're going for the Coyote map choice.
Okay.
There you go.
Great, wonderful. Finally, I get to talk about something other than Groudon. God, get that fiery wreckage of a beast out of here. We don't need a small island. We want water. I don't care what IGN says. We want water in this house. As we're going to see Kyogre come onto the map here. As we do, the main thing that Kyogre provides is a bit more security when it comes to these endgames, since its buff provides a lot more shielding and tankage, which means it's way harder to knock it out. Even if you have a Leafeon's burst amount of damage, even with that Emerald 2-step firing into it, you still can even survive that, even as a lonely attacker. So it's going to be even harder to try and take those buffs away and find some sort of counterplay, which, to be honest, I think both teams kind of won in this situation, but I think especially CC Yellow after such a controlled game. Whereas I think For Fun may have wanted to prefer maybe a more flip-heavy Rayquaza to try and give themselves a few more options when it came to that late game. However, Kyogre is what we got, and Kyogre is what we'll be dealing with, so Kyogre is what they will have to play with.
I'm excited to see it. Like you said, Groudon fans have been eating. It's time for Kyogre fans to have a moment here. You're a fan of the deep sea creature. Here he is. He's coming out, and we're gonna see him in approximately a little bit over 8 minutes here, 8-9 minutes here, as we do go through our blind picks here. The gamers are choosing what they want to play, and Zoro is not showing us a mon just yet, but looks like they're gonna be going ahead and locking in the Sylveon pick once more, keeping it the same for Mal as well, sticking to the Leafeon pick here, and no Espeon fun at all, but CC Yellow still thinks it is pretty valuable here and does keep it in place of the Glaceon.
Yeah, I really don't know what they're going to change here. I feel like we've just seen the exact same thing in terms of their movesets in both games. However, they felt like 2 completely different results. So it's going to be interesting here. I think it's going to come down to just pure macro and micro outplays here. I think one of the main issues with that previous game was that when when For Fun went to try and go for that split farm, they did sacrifice Leafeon's a lot of levels, which did mean that when it went to go for those fights, it wasn't as strong as it was previously. So that meant that it wasn't having as much offensive pressure as we saw in game number 1. And so in game number 3, I'm wondering if they're just going to revert back to that single farm phase. As guess what? We're going to be seeing 5 Eevees for the side of CC Yellow and 5 Eevees for the side of 4Fun.
5 Eevees indeed here. Looks like Vaporeon, Espeon going up that top lane for the yellow here. Leafeon with Tap going in to that central path alongside the Sylveon. It looks like Mal on the side of For Fun in that central lane there as well. Still Vaporeon on Chrissy on the Vaporeon here, trying to get that 6 in up that top lane, and they do manage to get that here. Umbreon's getting 6 in down that bot lane, keeping the scores even. No, just kidding. 12-6 here as Mal does come down pretty early with that blue buff on him right now. They kind of poke in just a little bit, but that Sylveon is already online for CC Yellow, and that is going to be huge for their early game.
Yeah, as we do see here, good chunk out coming from the Hyper Voice as Leafeon's trying to find as much damage as possible. Won't be able to find the knockout. Do you see here Leafeon steadily rotating topside, trying to find out if there's anyone there. Solar Blade gonna touch grass. As it won't be able to find anyone in that tall grass here. As we do see here, 5 seconds till the Solteria and Swablu spawn onto the map here. We do see here both sides gonna try and fight it out as now Vaporeon's found a good flank angle, but the Muddy Water just barely clips onto Leafeon, preventing any form of engage there. As Sylveon will be able to just barely hang on to his life without any counterplay whatsoever. As we see once again, Muddy Water going to be able to connect, but not going to be able to find too much more than that.
6 here, both teams playing pretty careful right now. I mean, it's gonna be interesting here. 4Fun's gonna want to get that Glaceon online as soon as possible. So having a Glaceon in the games does automatically slow the games down quite a bit in favor of having like 2 Leafeons on both sides here. Zoro trying to get some of these Natus off the board away from this Espeon Vaporeon combo up this top lane. Regidrago did spawn on the board here, and it looks like both teams are kind of looking at it right now. Do we want to go ahead and commit to this and go ahead and go for kind of a pretty early fight here? And here we go here. Glaceon in that backline getting some nice damage in, but the Hyper Voice is in on Eevee. Eevee manages to trap Sylveon there in that mean look. Umbreon's is also looking pretty low. This is looking like it's going to be for Fun's pick, this Regidrago. But CC Yellow has been getting some good scores in up this top tier 1 in the meantime.
Yeah, but they do have to be careful now that 4Fun is rotating topside. They have to be sure that they don't overextend like they did in that previous game. As now Leafeon's trying to find any sort of engage. There's going to be able to, that's going to be able to annihilate this Leafeon for the side of 4Fun. Having no fun no more as it's sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, no, 110 to 8. Here, CC Yellow is leading on those scores here, but 4Fun has made some pretty nice plays as well. Regilecky's looking pretty low as Tap decides to go ahead and commit to it here. Chrissy wants to come in though and see if they can go ahead and take that away from CC Yellow, but not quite enough time there. The Regilecky does just go ahead and crash, and CC Yellow is looking like they might be interested in this tier 2, but no, we go ahead and decide against it. Here, the tier 1 being down is enough for us so far, but that Leafeon really wants for a snack, so we're gonna go for that that central.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see. You don't want this Leafeon just going and nobbling up all your own food. I would be very mad if I had a Leafeon break into my house and steal all my food. So I can just feel how 4Fun is not really having too much fun at the moment with that Leafeon just causing so much trouble. As Umbreon for the side of 4Fun will be able to spot out that this Regice is being ripped down there. Meanlook going to be just staring into the eyes of the Sylveon. However, we do see a knockout here from Leafeon onto the Espeon, as now no trade's going to be followed through, as it looks like it's going to be that Emerald 2 step that will secure it. Moonlight Prance won't be able to secure that Regi set for the side of for finally will go over to the side of CC Yellow. Glacial Stage going to be able to land on Sylveon, but it will be able to use this very product dash to just be able to get a lot of healing back. And there's going to be the CC chain into the Vaporeon, but does have the Open Splash, but you cannot escape what is meanly looking at you from this Umbreon for the side of CC Yellow.
Absolutely not. And Umbreon is a pretty great Umbreon player, as we've seen. Eevee with the Moonlight Prance secure attempt. It is so stylish. I love seeing it. It is beautiful when it happens. Oh my gosh, it's rare, but every time it happens, oh god, it just looks so nice. But we're 146 to 444, 44, too many fours. 450 mark on the map here, and Regieleki is already back. So this is going to be interesting here. Umbreon's looking like they might be in trouble here, though, as the Emerald 2-step does come out with the Moonlight Prance to follow it up here. Umbreon still has 2 berries to grab here, so they're kind of able to stay on the board for a lot longer than they would have been able to otherwise. And there's still another one that he can go for. But up this top lane, they're making good use of their time here. Oh my goodness, they've got 4 funds tier 2 all the way down, and this Regieleki is going to be playing on the side of CC Yellow and barreling down towards 4 fun's home pad.
Yeah, 4 Fun needs to make some kind of response to that. It looks like that Sylvia will be pushing towards it just to hold it off, saying, no sorry, you're not going anywhere further. As you do see here, Good's not going to be able to come out there from that Sylveon, as now there's going to be the Aquamarine Splash into the Emerald 2-step, finding knockout onto Leafeon, as now so much time is going to be able to come through, but there's going to be a very product there defensively from this Sylveon, trying to find as much damage and trying to heal it up as much as possible, but there's going to be the Glacial fighting Chaos Duke of 2 onto the Umbreon and onto the Leafeon. Umbreon is up back up on the map, so it is able to go and help out its teammates and go back to defending, but a really nice defense there from the side of 4 Fun there, when it looks incredibly dire after a really nice engage there from the Vaporeon and Leafeon.
I know for sure down this bot lane. We've got a Reggie, and do we want it? We shall see here. Both Umbreons kind of poking at each other. Right now, the main look was applied to our Vaporeon on CC Yellow's side here. Corp does not want to let Chrissy anywhere near this bot tier 1. Hey, listen, you can only, like, 2 points or more, and that tier 1 is gone, but they're going to hold on to it until the very end here. So we've only got 50 seconds until Kyogre is on the board, and both teams are poking at each other. They really want this.
Yeah, they are just 2 little annoying brothers grabbing their sticks and just going, I'm gonna poke you more. Oh god, you've been sent back to the Pokemon Center. oh, my bad.
My bad. My bad, they said.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't mean that was my bad. I didn't mean to. As you see here, Regieleki going to be up and available, but so much so is going to be able to come through there from that Solar Blade. As they will find knockout onto that Sylveon. That cooldown will last up until the spawn of that Kyogre. As down goes that Umbreon as well. 2 members down for the side of CCL. This is not how you want to start a fight. This is not the position you want to be in. However, Leafeon, if it finds a good flank angle here with its Emerald 2-step, could be the difference maker here, as they don't have the Glacial Sage to try and save this Glaceon. But look at that damage there. It's very far clean to the front line. Emerald 2-step trying to find any kind of knockout. Moonlight Prance just to keep it alive. Aquamarine Splash going to be able to find a bit more chip damage into it, but not going to be enough. Emerald 2-step going to be able to find the knockout onto the Glaceon, as now it's going to be able to find its way out of the fight immediately, as now Sylveon's forced to deal with the immediate threat of 3 members in the face of it, and it says, I dare you to take me down.
245 to 110 still here, but Tap is going for that back cap here. That 50 in turns into 100 because it's double time here, and they just go ahead and get that in. 345 to 110, still like advancing CC Yellow's score lead right now, and a bit of a level lead as well on their really impactful players here. Mal is a little bit behind Tap right now, and we are just tapping at each other once again here. Chrissy's looking kind of low. The Psyshock does come in, and that seems like it makes a difference here, as Tap is able to get a nice KO here. Zoro is very, very low up near the top side of this Groudon pit here, and that's another down and another down for the side of 4 Fun here as the Hyper Voice is coming in. Mal might be the last soldier standing from For Fun as CC Yellow takes everyone off the board.
Yeah, CC Yellow locks down this game number 3 there, and it puts a stop to this parade for the side of 4 Fun. It says, fun time's over. We're sending you down to the timeout, also known as the losers bracket, down below. As we see here, just trying to up them stats as much as possible. Fairy Frolic not going to be able to find a knockout there, as there is just the final score is going to come through from that Leafeon. Really impressive game there from the side of CC Yellow. Did look a bit sketchy at the end there with those 2 knockouts. However, they remained composed, and that Leafeon, oh god, put to work. Found the knockout immediately onto the Glaceon, onto Voltage, and just made it so he was completely out of fight, as DD managed to get 92k damage. What an absolute wrecking ball of a Sylveon.
No, super intense fight for sure. They're really smart to send Tap to go and score. That 100 really forced the favor over further on the side of CC Yellow, but I am gonna move us really quickly back on over to our caster cams. 543 to 110 here. Hyper, thank you so much for joining me for this set. We have quite a few more sets to go here. We have our winners final and our grand final up in that upper bracket here. Looks like some team members are still playing through losers quarterfinals right now and semifinals, and then losers finals is coming up pretty soon here, so we'll have more Eve guys in just a little bit. But Hyper, any last notes before I throw us to a quick break?
I'm gonna mean look all of you, so you stay in this stream. Don't go anywhere!
Don't go anywhere because we've still got a lot of sets left to cover here, but we will be right back, everyone, and hoping we can see some more familiar faces today. Have a good one, and we will see you very soon. Bye! And one. Welcome back, gamers. We are here once again with our winners final here at the Nebula Summer Eevee League playoffs. Right now, two of our top seeded teams throughout this league are going to be playing, facing off against each other. They are going to be sending one or the other into the lower bracket. Right now, we have Rush Hour versus Yellow. Oh my gosh, I got so far away from my mic. Rush Hour versus CC Yellow here. And I am joined once again by Hyper. How are you doing?
I'm very good, thank you very much. But it's time to get serious. Top two in the league, DC Yellow, Rush Hour, almost managed to qualify for the World Championships team versus a team that has constantly managed to put pressure on all the other teams in this league apart from one. Both teams looking to settle the score here in this winners final, wanting to make a statement for who is better. As we're gonna go into our first and final match, our first match here, not our final match, our first match here on the Kyogre map.
Yes, indeed. And it is going to be super exciting. It looks like both these teams are ready to go. And so we are going to be going ahead and heading straight on into our draft screen right now, and we're gonna see what these gamers decide to play against each other. Also, really quick note here, we do have Theater Strike moving through the lower bracket with a quickness here, that best of one side there. If you guys are interested in seeing the live bracket, type exclamation point bracket in the chat and you can see all of that. But it's looking like we've got our EVs picked out here. Hyper, what do we think about all this?
I think you could basically just put a mirror and say they look identical because they practically are. Although I think one thing to note in terms of the itemization here, Vinny is actually running XP share. Meanwhile, Quirp not opting to go for it, opting to go a bit more defensively there with the assault vest and that focus band for a bit more extra healing in that early game. As you can see there, four really beautiful holowares there for the side of, I believe that is Rush Hour. Meanwhile, CC Yellow with their own drip there, with two gold star or gold badges as well to go along with them.
I am definitely a little jealous of that Sylveon Hollowware that Dee is sporting. I wanted to get it, but then I completely spaced it and didn't. It's so freaking cute, especially with holidays coming up. But here we go here. Our very first game of winners finals here. We've got Rush Hour heading up this purple side here, and CC Yellow will be our orange side team right now. Tap and Dee are going to be splitting up this central lane here. Asha and Vinny are going to be heading up this top lane as well. Quirp going ahead and pushing the other Vaporeon out of the way here, but it looks like we're kind of trading for that. The 4 goes in and the 4 goes in on the other side as well here. Johnny Noms down this bot lane here, and Asha's also trying to get some swifts out on our purple team there. But we do see Tap come in pretty early, and that is a nice early KO. But Colin Tang is here, and Colin Tang is ready to start playing this game here, getting their Vaporeon online here. And the 850 birds have not even spawned in on the map just yet.
Yeah, just managed to punish that over aggressiveness there of Tap. He tried to get the scores in for that attack rate to get even more damage, but just was absolutely cancelled there. Wasn't able to get damage. We do see a bit of poke here, going to be able to come onto this Sylveon, going to be able to chunk it down to about 6% HP. Meanwhile, we're going to see the Altaris immediately ripped away here. So there is going to be the retreat they're going to come through here from the Vaporeon. Going to be able to stay alive just a bit longer, but this, on the other hand, this Sylveon's going to be sent straight back home to the Pokemon Center after taking a bashing from that Hyper Voice.
They do indeed. 43-20 in favor of Rush Hour right now. Yeah, no, Tap is going to have to be pretty careful with positioning right now with Colin Tang on the board here. Any aggressive push from their Leafeon will be met by an angry Colin Tang, who is ready to knock them out here. Cooliger knocking Dee through that wall there as well. I mean, we're gonna have to be pretty careful here. Consistently throughout the league, you'd see Rush Hour and Colin Tang in particular coming through and just punishing any sort of overextension from the enemy side.
Yeah, just trying to create as much space as possible, trying to wear and tear them down as much as possible. We do see Reggie Drago on the map here. Meanwhile, on the bottom half, Espeon going to be able to get a crucial knockout there on to that Umbreon. Good escape there from that Leafeon, able to just barely stay alive on 2 HP. As we do see here, Umbreon trying to look to try and steal away this Indeedee. Looks like the Espeon will be able to do so very swiftly, as there's going to be the Leaf Blade secure there for this Leafeon, as now Altair is once again going to be up there. There's going to be the foul play, trying to knock them back towards the side of Rush Hour, trying to keep their control in this game. 63 points to 25. It's going to be only about an 38-point lead. There we go, my maths is working. Meanwhile, we're seeing everyone two-step immediately from Colin Tag. Just going to be immediately ripping apart that Leafeon once again, sending it back to the Pokemon Center and just bullying it out of its own central area.
Yeah, no, this DD is going to want to head on back to that flux zone very, very quickly here, but Corp is looking to see if they can catch Colin Tang out, and they do. That'll be some nice experience over on the side of CC Yellow here, but Rush Hour's been getting some little scores in as well in the meantime here, and CC Yellow's going to have to be pretty careful here, but here comes a huge engage as the Hyper Voices start out. Johnny Nas with the Psychic Solaire there. Jake is just as lonely soul Espeon trying to get what they can done here. 2 KO streak from Vinny right now. And Rush Hour is looking pretty good, 138 to 82. And we go ahead and snag that Regieleki to go ahead and head towards that tier 2.
Yeah, we're going to see the Emerald two-step coming out there from tap, trying to find as much time as possible. Oh! But there's the Emerald two-step from Colin that says, anything you can do, I can do better. As it finds the knockouts and then right back home to the Pokemon Center. As we will see Regieleki going to be halted in his path there by the Espeon. But you could just see the level difference here. It's ginormous for the side of Rush Hour. Just absolute domination on that side. You've got 2 level 10s and 3 level 9s to the side of only 4 level 8s and a level 9 Leafeon for the side of CC Yellow. This is a very well controlled game, as it's 189 to 82. It's going to be a 107-point lead in favor of Rush Hour.
Here, and Cooliger is looking to get some vision in here. Going in pretty deep on the enemy's central path there, but I mean, we kind of poke in and we don't do a whole lot here. Nobody from CC Yellow really wants to get too far over on Rush Hour's side. They do have so much map control right now. Rush Hour is looking at this Regidrago being secured right now, and nobody is going to come to contest them just yet for it.
Yeah, we're just trying to see them secure as much farm or take as much farm as possible, as we do see that Excelgor going to be taken away there, as we do see nice foul play, immediately forcing out the Fairy Frolic just to give a bit more healing back to that Sylveon for the side of CC Yellow. Meanwhile, we've got that Vaporeon going to be able to score another 16 points into that bottom path as a 10% HP bar for this Sylveon, just barely able to hang on from those Hyper Voices from the side of Rush Hour. As now you can just see the positional advantage that Rush Hour has developed in this game. Their lead slowly but surely grows exponentially, as we do see Regieleki in this top path and almost completely uncontested. As we do see here, we're going to try and get some scores in for the side of CC Yellow on this bottom tier 1 pad.
Grabbing that Regieleki. Right now, we're seeing what we can do down this bot lane here, but the Psychic Solaire does come out, throw up and knock out Umbreons and our Espeon on the side of CC Yellow here. We've got a Wish and a Dream, but the Psyshock is too powerful here. Umbreons is stunned out for just a minute too long here, and Asha playing like this is his own tier 2 pad himself, there with the 50 going in, 11 going in here, and Colin Tang caught in that mean look, but we're a level 13 Leafeon. Do we manage to get away? And we do, and we KO the Umbreon right along with it here.
You know, I don't like to accuse people of cheating, but that health bar should not have been counted as still alive. That should have meant it goes back to the Pokemon Center. But Sylveon was like, nah, I'm built different. I can just hang around here as long as I like. I think primarily that does come down to that ability it has, where the more damage it does with its moves and the more auto attacks it gets out, the more special defense it builds, meaning that it is actually a lot more tankier than most Pokemon tend to be. As we do see here, Rush Hour going to be starting up this bottom. Reggie Rock here going to provide, I believe, a bit of a defense buff here for their team if they're able to secure it. Meanwhile, they're able to secure a knockout onto the Umbreon, which is crucial. As we do see here, it's going to be CC Yellow trying to position themselves across this top side of this Kyogre pit, but they are going to be spotted here by this Umbreon. Sylveon does have to be quite careful because the damage from this Umbreon is packing quite a punch and is forced to get one of those citrus berries in the process.
Does indeed here. We do see the Hyper Voice coming out on Coolager there. I mean, that Umbreon just tanked all of that. Didn't really seem like it did a whole lot for them. Quirp coming in on Coolager there, but they're giving so much space for their attackers right now. Hyper Voice coming in, CC Yellow being careful, trying to not come in too close with that Sylveon right behind those two defenders here, nor get out of position just in case there is a lurking Colin Tang ready to flank and knock them out.
Yeah, CC have to play this so carefully. One misstep, one wrong move, and it could be all over. Leafeon is going back to try and get a bit more farm, trying to get a bit further ahead. As we do see that there's a very frolic forward, trying to find as much damage as possible. Won't be able to find much more than that. And that's just going to be a Unite move down. But both Fairly Frolics used there by both Sylveons on both sides, which means it's an even trade. As there's going to be Umbreon trying to find so much more damage. But there's going to be me looks like it's going to be utilized there from the side of CC Yellow just to try and keep it alive. Okaru's step going to be able to land onto all of them, trying to find as much damage as possible. Leafeon's now coming to break. Colin Tang finally says it is done, it is dusted, it is now dead time to shine, but be wary. Still Leafeon in the bushes, lurking, trying to find some sort of engage. There's going to be Emerald two-step, but caught in the grasp of the Psychic. So, there!
Oh my goodness, what a wild game. Quirp is still here, and Quirp is looking at the Kyogre, but it's just enough to be able to stall them off the Kyogre here, and Rush Hour just decides, why don't we just go score on their tier 2s? Because, I mean, they're here, and we think we can, and the Kyogre, we're not gonna get it in time, so let's just go score, let's just go hang out over on their side of the map, and go ahead and take this game 1 of this winner's final, and put us at a match point advantage here for the rest of the set.
I have no words apart from that was just an incredibly one-sided match from start till finish. You could just see it from the very start of the play when Tap tried to go for that score in their top tier 1 pad, just getting called out immediately by Colin Tang. And that just set off the domino chain, just constantly back and forth, trying to find a play and then getting counted even harder. And it just felt like they had no footing in this game and they weren't able to get anywhere in this game whatsoever. Tap with only 27,000 damage lower than Quirp, showing just how much it was affected by Colin Tang and the rest of the team just constantly pummeling the jungle.
Was definitely very hour for sure. CC Yellow definitely had some pretty great moments. I'm hoping that they're able to get some more momentum throughout their early game here. I think Tap getting caught out pretty early by Colin Tang was pretty impactful for the flow of the game going forward. They did play the Kyogre fight very, very carefully, which was very smart on their side. And we'll see if they want to do something different here, but it looks like the teams are deciding to go for Groudon next, and we're looking for some ready checks for for those of you in the crowd, if you're interested in seeing what is going on with the Nebula Summer Eevee League 2026 playoffs today, we do have the Start GG link. If you type exclamation point bracket, you can see exactly where every team is at in the standings. And if I do a really quick check here, it's looking like it's going to be for fun who will be your team that will be facing off against the loser of this round in our lower finals here. So the playoffs are starting to come to a close here, and there are some very fun storylines that are happening so far.
Yeah, I think this game is it's been constant chaos all over the place. We just had our Cinderella story ended there by for fun, clearly showing that they didn't want to have as much fun as we would have liked here as casters to have that storyline going on. The bottom place team just absolutely coming out of nowhere and just coming and taking down some of the top teams in our league. But for fun, wanting to make sure that they keep their position strong and show that they still have a lot of fight in them for one of these teams. Meanwhile, looking back at this match, I mean, CC Yellow have got a huge mountain to climb on their hands. And now they go onto the Groudon map, which is starting to become one of my least favorite maps, I'm going to be honest. But I think if any time is to change, it's now. And I honestly think it's time to bring out the Glaceon. I think, in my opinion, these top three teams, For Fun, CC Yellow, and Rush Hour, they are some of the best Glaceon players in this league. And they've been the ones who've been innovating with Glaceon. So I really want to see one of them bring it out here, change the game, change how it's played, and really turn it around, especially from the side of CC Yellow.
Yes, no, for sure. We've pretty consistent about wanting to not play the Glaceon as much, but it's been super impactful here. We are heading into game 2 here, so if Rush Hour takes this next game, they will be taking the set here. But it's looking like Rush Hour might be a fan of what you just said there, Hyper. We are going to see Coolager go ahead and lock in the Glaceon for their side, with CC Yellow looking like we're going for some pretty similar tactics here with the Leafeon still. Tap is a big Leafeon fan from what I have gathered here, so makes sense for sure. But yeah, no, we went ahead and dropped some of that extra bulk on the side of Rush Hour in favor of tons of damage.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of the more interesting sets here. Like I said, they this is one of the this is one of the more interesting things. I usually we see Vaporeon being the one that they tend to take away since Umbreon just has a boatload of CC with its mean look, with its wish healing. It's just incredible. So I'm very surprised that they decided to keep this Vaporeon. Uh, and something else that I've wanted to note as well is that most of them haven't actually been running Aqua Ring. Some of them have actually been running, I believe it's a Jet something, I don't know, but it's whatever the other moveset is, with just to provide a bit more damage, a bit more CC. As we do go into this game number 2 here, we're going to have Rush Hour on your purple team on match point. Meanwhile, I'm going to have CC Yellow needing to climb the uphill battle on your orange team.
They are indeed here. Coolager down this bot lane here with the fancy Glaceon skin right now. That thing cost a pretty penny. I would know. I got it myself. I loved it. But yeah, DD over here in the central path with the Leafeon over there. Vinny kind of far out right now, but the Swifts aren't going to be enough to take down a Vaporeon Eevee right now. And these Natus are getting knocked down by our Eevees right now. CC Yellow does have their Sylveon and Leafeon online. Leafeon sitting with that red buff right now. If we can get Umbreons on board, this might make a bit of a difference. But Coolager's in that back line, and they are going to be running that freeze dry move set, it looks like.
Yeah, gonna try and find as much damage as possible. Fires those shards right into that Umbreon there. Still an Eevee. Wasn't able to find any more damage there. You see here, Hive Voice going to be able to come out here, trying to find as much damage as possible. There's going to be the Razor Leaf coming out there from the Leafeon from tap there, trying to find as much damage as possible. Won't be able, I don't know if they were able to secure the Altarius there. As we do see Vaporeon going to be able to find a bit more CC there, trying to possibly maybe look for a lockout, but playing a bit greedy there, as it will be found out by 3 members, but just being able to duck, dive, and dodge away from all this damage.
Sorry, real quick. Had a thing happen 8:23 right now, and the Natus are getting picked up right now. Asha cut in a pretty bad spot right now. That triangle of KOs, we will just say. And Vinny is looking pretty low as well. They kind of are a little bit out of position there, but Colin Tang is here, and they are ready to take revenge for their teammate going down. It just was not quite enough. They were able to interrupt what CC Yellow was doing there. Was nice to see, but Reggie Drago sitting in that middle area looking kind of lonely right now.
Yeah, but I think CC Yellow just want to give it a bit more of a warm hug here, possibly trying to look to try and take it for themselves here. Do you see Leafeon trying to maybe position for it? No, goes straight back to its own jungle farm here, as both teams just kind of trying to take it slowly, trying to take it calm, trying to find as many opportunities as possible, trying to let the opportunities come to them, and trying to get their level 8, speaking of which, Collinder has just hit that mark.
And Asha is trying to hyper voice, get some damage in, and indeed they do, with Colin Tang getting a nice couple KO streak right there, and we're looking at potentially getting some more here with Johnny Noms trying to follow up some of this with that Psyshock right behind them, and that is so many KOs for the side of CC Yellow, but Johnny Noms is also looking pretty low, and Tap just comes in and it just manages to grab them, but I really was convinced Johnny Noms might have gotten away with that.
Yeah, try to be a little bit cheeky there. So there's the Fairy Frolic to secure the double knockout there. As now Umbreon's going to be the one facing the Fury, but no, going to be the Espeon knocking out that Leafeon. Collinder going down is going to be meaning that a lot of experience going into that Espeon. Definitely not the person you want to have the experience on, especially on the side of CC Yellow, as they immediately Rush Hour's forced retreat. As now we're going to see CC Yellow going to be seeing them pivot towards this Regieleki and possibly try and look for any kind of secure possible. As we see Muddy Waters from both sides going to be able to come out, but there's the CC from the Regieleki going to be absolutely backstabbed by the Wild Farm and sent back to the Pokemon Center.
They did, and this game is a lot more even on both sides, to be honest here. 79 to 93 here. But Regieleki's looking pretty low. It will be the Leafeon, Colin Tang, who's going to go ahead and capture that for Rush Hour. Umbreon's getting knocked down with the, oh my gosh, the Emerald 2-step to come in on that Espeon and finish them up here. And the Fairy Frolic to try to stay up here from DD just isn't enough as Psyshocks come in to knock them out. But Coolager also on this bot lane, just absolutely the opposite of merciful down here, scoring a 40 on this bot tier 1. And it is looking a little rough now as we head over to the 5-minute mark.
We are not even 5 minutes in and they've already broken the top 2 packs. This is definitely not the position you want to be in, especially since you're a game down. You really need to get back in this game. Registeel is up, and we do see here going to be Rush Hour here with the better positioning, as Umbreon's trying to play a bit more aggressively, but taking so much damage to the person, forced to immediately use the Moonlight Press, trying to stay alive, and there comes the Emerald 2-step from the Leafeon, just trying to find as many knockouts as possible. Leafeon going to be able to knock out the Umbreon there, as there is going to be knockout on to the Leafeon for the side of CC Yellow. Sylveon's going to be ripping them apart, going to be able to find a double KO streak of 2, as now Leafeon, Collinder finding the knockouts. Now they're going to find themselves onto this, gonna find themselves on this Registeel, as my English is proceeding to fail me.
Like that. But yeah, no, you can see a lot of damage coming in on this tier 1 right now. CC Yellow's trying to stop it, but it's just not enough. That 40 goes in, leaving that tier 1 at 10, and then the 50 to follow it up, putting us at a 40-point over cap for Rush Hour on that tier 1. Looking pretty nice here. 320 to 114. Right now, CCLs, they've got to get as much of those wild Pokemon secured as they can here. But Regieleki looks like it's going to be barreling down top lane in favor of Rush Hour, or in favor of Rush Hour if they don't do something about this.
Yeah, basically, Rush Hour said, "You want to see a magic trick? Oh, wow! 3 of your members have just been sent back to the Pokemon Center in a blink of an eye. As we do see here, they're going to be taking all the yellow dots on the map here in the form of this experience, trying to get as far ahead as possible, as we have a level 14 Leafeon Colander at 3 minutes. Like, this is getting out of control very fast. However, all hope is not lost. Tap is also level 13 on its own Leafeon, so still every opportunity to get back in this game. However, you can just see how much damage this Leafeon packs a punch. Not even gets caught out by all the members of Rush Hour. Really nicely done to catch him out.
Yeah, no, great job from CC Yellow going ahead and capturing that here. And with this, we do decide we do want to go ahead and try to capture this Regieleki right now. But CC Yellow's looking pretty low as the Hyper Voice is coming in from Asha, who's also a huge monster right now on that level 13 Sylveon with that huge Hyper Voice all the way boosted. Nice KO streaks from the Vaporeon, the Glaceon, and the Espeon as well here. But, I mean, you really have to be careful with Rush Hour. I don't know if the Regieleki would have made that much of a difference for them. Might have been better to leave it and not let them capture it out of your hands, because they did secure it, and we do have to contest with it if we want to fight at this Groudon.
Yeah, however, good positioning here from Rush Hour, trying to force out the Sylveon, as there's going to be Tap trying to get some counter scores in. There's going to be 70 points scored, but at the cost of this Espeon on the map, but just to face the waiting arms of Colinder's Leafeon. As you can already see, Aquamarine Splash going to be forced away by this Vaporeon, but still not enough to keep it alive, as Sylveon's now going to follow suit. 3 members down here. Umbreon's going to be able to come back on the map, but now Rush Hour turning towards the objective. They do need to be careful here of any kind of steals. However, Leafeon's going to be backing here just to get as much help as possible, as Espeon's going to be countered by its counterpart, sent back to the Pokemon Center by the side of Rush Hour. Now everything is getting more intense, and now Leafeon's firing flank angle. Colander not going to be able to find a knockout, and now this could be their moment to try and turn the fight. Colander is down for 25 seconds. This is their moment if CC Yellow want to turn it around, but the Psychic Solaire chances them. Hopes and dreams die in the Psychic Solaire. However, 88 points now possibly could be scored here by this Leafeon. No one's going to be able to counter it. If they can just defend this bot path, they still need more points. They still need more points, and I don't think they realize it. Even if that is the case, they still have to make sure that they don't get knocked out. But Alejandro Burger goes through, and now all hope is leaving them. All success is fleeting as they look to lock down this game number 2.
I know, it is definitely looking like it'll be Rush Hour for our game 2 here for this winner's final, as another member from CC Yellow goes down, another and another, putting them at the 2-0 mark here. Tap scores put them a lot closer, but with Rush Hour coming, do all that damage on your pads, there just wasn't a whole lot you can do here, Hyper. We do see 641 to 302. It'll be Rush Hour who moves on to our grand finals, and CC Yellow, we might see them again if they can fight it out in the losers finals against For Fun.
Yeah, this is gonna have to be a redemption arc, not only for CC Yellow, but now it's going to be the opportunity for For Fun to get their revenge for the match we saw just before this. It's now their opportunity to take their shot at taking down the king currently at the top of the throne. To be the best, you have to beat the best. And currently, Rush Hour have put themselves in the throne. And currently, there are still only 2 teams that can contest to it. Obviously, we still have CC Yellow in contention, and For Fun looking to take them out of it.
I do have some exciting news. We will Jonathan Hyde and Fairy casting final. I will be joining Hyde to cast grand final once again, but this is unfortunately the last time we get Hyper for tonight. So much for casting for us. You did an amazing job, and we are so happy to have you here with us and throughout the league. You do a really great job.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think if I have to give my personal thanks, obviously, to you guys and the whole crew behind this, obviously allowing me to just come on and say a bunch of random, silly things and hopefully entertaining the people, apparently, because apparently that's what I'm supposed to do here. Also, huge shout out to my parents as well for like just allowing me to be able to shout really loudly at 10 a.m. here. Because heads up, guys, I'm not North American. I'm European, also known as I have terrible time zones, which means that I kind of keep my parents up at night doing this kinds of things. But it's because of them I'm able to do these sorts of things, and I have to give huge thanks to them. So I might be going, but definitely not going to be lost of me here on Team Nebula. But you're going to see a great, better replacement and a more handsome replacement here in the form of Jonathan Hyde here. Definitely the more, how do I put this? Better looking than me, I would say for sure.
Well, and with that, we are going throwing to break. It'll be Hyde and Fairy who welcome you all back. I will be break for just a bit. But don't go anywhere. We've still got a lot of exciting matches left for y'all. If y'all are interested in seeing that bracket, be sure to type exclamation point bracket in the chat to see our GG live. And we will be back very soon. Bye.
Bye.
Come back, trainers! That's right, Eevee League. And as all lateness must happen, the hero arrives at the end. That's why we brought Fairy back in for the losers finals. How you doing, Fairy?
I'm doing good. We kind of missed you. Welcome in. And always energetic as always. I'm really excited to see this apparently a rematch. Um, CC Yellow and for fun. CC Yellow was the one to knock for fun to losers brackets. So I'm excited to see what's going to what they're going to do to handle CC Yellow.
Listen, if there's one thing more than we love, if there's one thing we love more than a game 5, it's a grudge match in Pokemon Unite. CC Yellow going up against For Fun after an astounding run through both the winners and lower bracket there from both teams. It's gonna be a doozy. I am excited to see what's gonna be coming out here because I got word on the street, the eyes in the sky telling me that apparently that there's Maul running double blade, solar blade, leaf blade, one of the more unorthodox combos for Leafeon that we've seen. But if it works, right?
Right, who are we to judge? Not my favorite to play myself, but I love to see it when other people make it work.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see how things are going to be turning out here, but we're going straight into the draft. So we're already here for fun, going to be your orange team. And now we've got CC Yellow going to be your purple team. Already going in, we're going to be locking in some Leafeons. Already looking in, seeing some Espeons there. I'm very disappointed because there's some Glaceons being left behind from the side of CC Yellow. But Gohan Mystic says, nah, bro, we got to bring that in.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see the Glaceon. Like you said, it has been left behind a lot. I've seen that it also was left behind over in general during the past couple of weeks. I'm excited to see. I'm a little bit surprised by the scope lens in there. I know that Glaceon does crit, but I'm excited to see if that works out for them.
Yeah, we're going to see how that's going to go in. I like to see the X attacks on the Leafeons. That's how people want to go. I missed who the curse users were, so we don't know who's going to die. I mean, listen, Sylveon, always a safe bet as a curse user. Glaceon could be a decent one as well. Espeon could come in, and Vaporeon, also a very good curse user. So, a lot of those coming in there, and we got to look at the special drip. Everybody coming in with something except a little bit of Gohan. Not even the basic, just rocking it in the old-fashioned background with no hollow wares necessary. But, Fairy, for the last time in the lower bracket, we got Eevees going to the top lane. We got Eevees going to the bottom lane. We got Eevees going to the central lane. We got Eevee Bonanza everywhere.
Yeah, and it seems like we're doing. We've been seeing this a lot, where we split the jungle with the Eevees being a level 4 evolution. And I've also seen maybe a 4-man top. It seems like we're not going to do that here. Mirroring both Leafeon's heading top and then forgot, it's not Leafeon. I think it's like it is a Leafeon. It is a Leafeon.
Leafeon definitely going up there. We got Umbrea on line, though, for the side of For Fun. That's going to be massive there, making sure that we're going to be able to have that evolution. Still lacking on one Eevee on their side. Actually, both sides still trying to struggle in. But there we go. CC Yellow finally able to get that Umbreon online. But For Fun, still dealing with a Vaporeon stuck at Eevee. The birds are coming, and a massive KO as they're able to take down Leafeon on the side of For Fun. Orange team already off to a bad start there, but purple, CC Yellow just demolishing those Swampers.
Yeah, and that even though we had that happen, and the levels are still looking pretty even, and the scores are still pretty even. I mean, the game is just starting. I'm really glad to see that Glaceon is running that icy wind. That is, in my opinion, the best way to deal with all EV comps.
Absolutely. We're going to see Vaporeon going in. We're going to see Quirk coming in. And Maul is going to be running that Sylveon this game here. That is going to be screaming down CC Yellow. Not going to be able to take that. They're just going to back off there. Regidrago, though, has hit the board. Is going to start roaming there and is going to start getting tapped by the side of For Fun.
Yeah, and it seems like we're tapping it, but we're not fully committing it. Well, now Leafeon is looking at it fully going, and we're not. I got confused on who was the correct side. We're running the Leafeon the orthodox way. You know, like we're running the beautiful Razor Leaf and Aerial Ace.
That is important as well because that is going to be a massive combo to follow up into the Emerald 2-step there. Mean Look going in, only hitting a little Bumblebee as the scream's coming out, but we do see Tap getting hit by a Mean Look themselves. 7 minutes on the board now, Fairy, and that means our lane objectives have hit the board. Regieleki taking the top side there, and we got a Reggie Roulette going into the basement. CC Yellow wasting absolutely no time pulling Regieleki down into nothing, securing it. But For Fun, it's just them and a Sylveon. They're going to get a bunch of points in, break this T2 pad, and now they're going for the roulette.
Yes, and it seems also, though, that we also broke top. Reggie's still being a great objective, but For Fun has been consistently going for more of a Lecky composition where they push the Lecky to a tier 3. I'm surprised to see that they're prioritizing this, but that group EXP is going to be huge for them.
Yeah, that massive EXP for all is going to be massive there. CC Yellow is ahead only by 6 points, 118 to 112. 6 minutes left on the board here, and that is going to allow us to get into this central pad. Swablu's and Alteria's. We do have Zoro already looking to be that level 9 Unite move. Not in the pocket, though, not able to capitalize on any of these attackers.
Yeah, and For Fun currently has the level lead, with Omnion on this side of CC Yellow not having the Unite move yet. They do want to start going for that. It's very important. Omnion Unite move, I believe, is one of the best evolution Unite moves, and we dodged the Emerald 2-step with our own ult on the Sylveon.
Fairy frolicking to the Fairy frolic. We got fairies frolicking. Fairy, where are you? How's it down? I don't know. Only you can answer that question. But CC Yellow already going in for the retreat, gathering into the top side there. Another Lecky going to be hitting the board. For Fun, didn't have it go their way last time. Lost the pad. Maybe something will change and it'll go differently this time.
Yeah, I'm seeing that they're positioning themselves so as top, but Leafeon and Umbreon are a bit late or just simply not going for it. Seems like Leafeon is going to a sneaky backup, but here, For Fun is already tapping it. And we're going for the fight here.
Gohan already charged up. There goes the Glacial Stage. They're able to find the KO on the Sylveon. Take it down there. CC Yellow is down. 2 KO streak down as Gohan's able to pick it up. Psychic Solaire able to come out, but not going to be enough. The Espeon does survive there. They manage to find a KO. Gohan goes down there as the Aquamarine Splash comes out. Great zoning to help protect the Umbreon, keep the numbers alive, keep the pressure up on the top side there. But CC Yellow just does not care. They've already begun to rip on the Regieleki. Now they're going to be able to take it, and that is 2-4-2. But that is after the 4-minute mark, which means we will not see another Regieleki this game, Barry.
That is going to be great for Fun for sure, especially if they push this one into their tier 2. But their health bars are going pretty low. I'm not quite sure that they're gonna be able to push this. Drive is still up. It seems like we're kind of ignoring it, and also the bottom objective is also still up.
We are going to take down that Espeon. Jake on CC Yellow is going to be back there. Now, CC Yellow did have a 6-point lead last time we checked in, but it's 148 to 159. For Fun has barely edged the lead on the scores there, but already we're looking to try to get in. The Emerald Two-Step comes in. A massive 2 KO streak for Umbreons on the Umbreon. 50 points going to be going in there. We have little DD doing a little troll, being like, I can score. I'm going to break it. I'm going to break it. You're going to move. You lose. You're 47 over.
Yeah, and we're gonna get this bottom objective on the side of CC Yellow, and also their bottom Altair's just spawned. They're able, For Fun is able to get a KO on the Umbreon, but CC Yellow has been really on top of those B spawner objectives, and they're just still they're pretty even still. And the score leads too. It's just going to be down for this ground fight. The positioning, who's going to be created the first engage. The Eevees just tend to be all about positioning.
So right now, CC Yellow is in a massive position, 238 to 164. That means they do not have to make the first move. They are putting For Fun in a position where they have to make a play. If they don't make a play, then CC Yellow can just whittle down the clock. We do have Exo Chrissy in that meme look there. That is vision that we have, but Quirk gets a huge chunk down. Screams are getting traded back and forth there as Groudon's just rolling in circles, being like, I just want to hit something.
Yeah, For Fun, I think what they need to do right now is go for a pick on one of the squishy damage dealers. That's their only real way.
Glacial Stage comes out there as well. And now we got the Psychic Solaire. That is a massive engagement play for CC Yellow. Already diving in as we have a Razor Leaf coming in. No KOs yet. Never mind. I spoke too soon. That is going to be Maul, the first victim of this fight. 1 minute and 8 seconds left there. Now we do need to make a play here on For Fun. They have to wait for Maul to come back, which is 7 seconds away, where they got to look for a KO. Zoro goes in, but gets hit by the Berry Frolic. Locked in the meat look, gets taken down. Massive KO for the side of CC Yellow. Not in a good position, but Gohan doing everything they can. Throwing icicle spears, throwing willpower, kitchen sinks galore.
Yeah, those Vaporeon heals on the side of CC Yellow have been putting in the work. We're still throwing our Unite moves, and it seems like at the bottom side we got a KO on the Sylveon as well.
Maul goes down again, but this time For Fun is regrouped. They have given up on the Groudon. 16 seconds left. A Hundo Burger would put it in the pocket there, but Quirk jumps down along with Umbreon. The defense is real. Taps coming in, looks for a huge Razor Leaf pick, and there goes Gohan, as well as any dreams For Fun has of taking game number 1.
Yeah, CC Yellow kept applying that map pressure, and they just had like a very strong presence there. Vaporeon was pulling, like I said, Vaporeon was pulling the work for a solid amount of time during that fight. But surprisingly, it just did 40. I'm surprised to see the 46,000 healing. I thought that it would do a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, this game was pretty high brawling, but not too much damage was going through. So the heals were kind of there. I mean, they were kind of just bouncing off each other anyways, both the Vaporeons and the Umbreons. They were just kind of like, well, I can heal myself, and well, I'm going to get some heals from you, and well, and vice versa, Like, that's kind of how it was. They were just getting vision. There wasn't really a whole lot, because when those engagements went in, when they happened, it was either we're dodging Unite moves with Unite moves, or we're bursting the heck out of one of the opponents and we're just taking them down. It was just an Eevee dance.
Yeah, you have to respect the fact that CCL was just playing back during the ground fight. They knew that they had the advantage. We had to sit back, relax, don't let them score, maybe pull off a score. if we want to make sure 100% that we are ahead, they did not. They were playing the patience game for sure, and just playing back, healing out all the pokes that they for fun was doing.
They were, and the patience game did pay off because now CC Yellow is in match point position, and they're ready and eager to get back at the throats of Rush Hour. And with another shot at the $250 on the line for this tournament, which is the climax of the Eevee League that we've been running for the past month. So players have been working very hard, getting a little bit of an insight of what's going on and what each team can be doing, figuring out which EVs are good, which EVs are bad, which EVs are just kind of like, all right, we're going to bring in the dark horse, you know? So, yeah, it's been exciting to see. And all of us, like right now, for fun, this could be their final game in the Eevee League.
Yeah, and honestly, I know it's joking, but it's known for a fact that none of the EVs are. You cannot possibly have a bad EV. All of them are so early game. The attackers are the attackers and the speedsters. The evolutions are almost the. I'm pretty sure the only ones that get their unite moves at level 8. And they also have really fast unite moves. Like they can just keep going and going. It's all about snowballing. I'm expecting that. I have a feeling that we're not going to bring another Glaceon. I don't think Glaceon was the problem, but I do think that we're not going to see it next game.
Espeon is a very pivotal role. What we've seen in the past with the league is whenever a Glaceon comes in, it's usually one of the tanks sitting out. We're not subbing out a second that's one of the attackers to bring it in. Now, I'm not saying the tanks are less important, but Glaceon is a tank buster, and it is a pivotal Pokemon to be able to lock on to Leafeon. Just wasn't able to. And one of the ways it does it too as well is by pairing it with the Espeon. Espeon has great engagement with Psychic Solaire, able to lock down those tanks. That allows Glaceon to at least either get in or get out with the targeting on the Leafeon. Now, we didn't go Icicle Spear. We did go into Icy Wind with the Freeze Dry last time, so maybe we might see a pivot from there. But all in all, Fairy, we're going back into draft.
Yeah, I do think that I agree with you. Espeon is a very important core to have, and yeah, like predicted. No, actually, we can still get the Glaceon. We're waiting to see if they're going to go for that. No, we're bringing back the Glaceon for sure. I do think, though, yeah, you are right that Espeon is an important core. It is the EV that has the best secure, and objectives are super important because you need to be ahead consistently.
Yeah, if you fall behind with an Eevee, it's very hard to come back because they're all about that early game, that momentum, the tempo, even with its supporters there. So we're going to be seeing the standard core, Leafeon, Sylveon, Espeon into the double tanks for the side of CC Yellow. This time, though, for fun, dropping the Leafeon and bringing in the Espeon. So less mobility, but maybe we're going to see some of that lock-on potential.
If we keep running the Icy Wind set, the Espeon has the ability to dodge. No, my bad, not Espeon. Glaceon has the ability to dodge a lot of moves and get away with things, but definitely we're not going to have that Emerald 2-step benefit in Chlorophyll. Yeah.
Well, it is that time once more into the fray. Eevee's into the top, Eevee's into the bottom. Path, Eevee's going into your dreams, Eevee's in your nightmares, Eevee's going to be in your seasonals, whether it's summer, fall, spring, or winter. That is where Eevees are going to be. We're going to be seeing the infamous split jungle coming up from both teams. Right?
Yeah, and now we're giving Espeon the half of the bottom side of jungle. I'm surprised since Espeon has a really, really good early game, but apparently they didn't need it because we're already pushing the bottom side with For Fun already having 22 points in the map.
Glaceon going to be in the bottom as well. We are going to get that evolution there, but Sylveon is going to be alone. They did leave their own Sylveon up in the top alone there. Sorry, their own Vaporeon up in the top all alone there. And we are going to be seeing Zoro going up top to help support them. Now we're going to be looking there and we see that Espeon goes for the nice combo. Able to get massive chunk down. Follows up with a nice screen, but the eject button proves too strong.
Yeah, that poor Vaporeon was locked in that level 3, but thankfully they were able to secure at least one of those middle pieces of farm. So Jungle's spawning back in. We're backing away. We're still getting points though in the bottom side. It's just been like micro scoring so far.
I mean, that's kind of what you got to do. Micro scores for the stacks, micro scores for the experience, because anything above 2 points or above, yeah, that's going to be experience in the pocket. That's what's going to take you closer and closer to your level 8, take you closer and closer to being the first Eevee on the map with your Unite moves. Now, for fun, coming in with the Penta 5s, that's pretty cool there. But Leafeon just hitting level 7 for the side of CC Yellow, looking to be on pace to be the first Eevee with a Unite move, and that is a momentum shift.
Yeah, Leafeon is the one Unite move that for fun needs to be scared of. 3 attackers, that is exactly what Leafeon wants to group up and get a KO on with the Unite move. We are going really passively on this Drago in the middle. I think I've told you this before, but I think that Drago is not the best objective out there. So I respect that decision. I'm not quite sure what objective we're going to have here that we already have a lot of positioning for.
Listen, I gotta respectfully disagree. I think Regidrago is definitely one of the coolest objectives out there. Look at him. He's got a dragon head for an arm. How many Pokemon can say they got that? Not looking at you, Hydreigon. Stop it. Shush. But that is one of the coolest Regis out there. I mean, but you are right. It doesn't do a whole lot in terms of the game. But down here in the basement there is a lot going on. We are going to be having a massive fight here. This Umbreon for fun will not go down, defending the pad, stopping scores, forcing CCL to back off and pay attention to Regieleki.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems like CCL was trying to go for a break on this bottom pad to push that tier 2 Regieleki, but for fun does not want that to happen. You don't want to lose that pad when Regieleki is the one that is the bottom objective.
Zoro staying up top there with the Sylveon, trying to get a little bit of experience there, knowing that CC Yellow is going to be looking for a way to get those 40 points in. Got to get it stacked there. Meanwhile, huge core for CC Yellow. We got Umbreon, we got Vaporeon, and we got Sylveon, the bulkiest of the bulky Eevees down in the basement there. We are going to see this like Slayer is going to rip the Theric Frolic out of that Sylveon, but we're not going to be able to find a KO. We're tipping and tapping, we're zapping and dancing, but we aren't able to find any headway in this match.
We have a very scary level 10 Leafeon on the side of CC Yellow. We already have our first move upgrade. It's such a scary Pokemon to have be already like snowballing this hard. It seems like we're finally walking towards the Drago, which seems to be Hyde's favorite objective, apparently.
Of the Regis, my goodness. I mean, look at him. Look at that. That's so cool. He's already ready for the swipe. He's just a giant maw himself. And speaking of the maw, into the maw of this choke point is where we're going for fun. Able to take down Sylveon for the side of CC Yellow. Vaporeon's now on the back end there. We're able to lock down their own Umbreon. Umbreon locked into a mean look. Haha, take that. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, and here Espeon gets the secure on the Drago. We broke a pad on the top side, but we're still looking for a fight here with Sylveon almost getting a KO on the Espeon there.
They're able to take down Umbreons, dodge the KO coming out from DD, but they're not able to capitalize on anything going on. Now, they do have a lack of a person of a body down in the basement there with Tap sitting at a massive level 12 with a very dangerous Emerald 2-step in the pocket. They don't have Zoro with them, which means they don't have the Sylveon, which means they are in a 5v4 situation and already at a deficit. Now we're looking to try to get Umbreons taken down. Massive damage coming in, but the Wish damage reduction into the healing too strong. Psychic Solaire is going to allow for this to happen, but once again, Regieleki going to play for the side of CC Yellow. 100% capture rate for CC Yellow on this objective during this set. But again, taken after 4 minutes, which means, Perry, we're not getting a third one.
Yeah, I think that in this specific scenario, for fun, should let this Regieleki just walk and break, just let it go. But it seems like we're not going for that. We're going for the full defense. With CC Yellow already having it's more even now, but it's still a huge score lead. No, regardless of whether the levels are looking relatively even, but we still have a very scary level 13 Leafeon right now.
Yeah, apart from the Leafeon, as you said, levels are more even. In fact, I would say even more so in favor of For Fun with double 12s on Glaceon and Sylveon there. Espeon towing it close there as well. Actually, no, never mind. It's nowhere near 12. But, we try to give them a little bit of hope. But, yeah, we're just going and tapping and dancing because we're now 30 seconds out from the final objective and potentially the final game.
Yeah, it seems like For Fun was just completely abandoning that top objective. Now it seems like the Sylveon is contesting it, but that's gonna be a Registeel for this fight, and that is very like the one objective you don't want your opponents to have.
It's an attack and special attack for 90 seconds. They managed to take that within the range of that. So that means they're going to have that huge, massive boost going into this fight. 172 to 82. Once again, CC Yellow not being forced to make a move, forcing For Fun to be the ones to open the playbook. And they have to. They're already starting to tap on Groudon there. We are going to see Tap, though, coming in, looking for an opportunity to find it. They're looking for an attacker. They're looking for the Glaceon, looking for the Espeon, maybe even the Zoro. They got a big, fat Unite move in the pocket, and they're level 14, and they're itching to use it.
Yeah, but CC Yellow is like getting that position where they can just sit back and relax. And Leafeon here doing a little flank, being very sneaky, looking for those attackers that are right in front of it.
There we go. They managed to find it. They dodge the step with the tap. Go down. Now it's going to be Quirk. The tanks are gone. It's all the damage now for the side of CC Yellow. Actually, no, never mind. Umbreon's still up. Moonlight Prance comes in. Now Umbreon's gone. Now the tanks are gone. And it's Espeon, Sylveon, and a Dream, but For Fun, very low HP. Slowly getting it back as the rip on Groudon begins. A Fairy Frolic is in the hands of this. They're going for it. Nah, it's going to be For Fun. Locking in that Groudon.
Yeah, and they have 2 members down. They can just push the pad here. They're just going to have to keep going. And there goes like 50. That we caught up.
10 points above. We have to see scores coming in the next 18 seconds from CC Yellow. Otherwise, they lose. 10 points going from the Vaporeon. They still need to get back on the board, but they're losing bodies. They're losing manpower. And Fairy and good old Eevee League fashion, we're going to Game 3.
Yeah, that was really well played. That missed Emerald two-step, that dodge was huge on For Fun. They were able to just get a KO on the biggest guy in the map, and it was just that. I think that was the game changer. That dodge right there.
Yeah, even though that Pokemon was able to come back in time before the Groudon fight, the momentum, the morale boost it gave For Fun. They're like, holy, we got this guy. We can take him down. We can do this. We can beat him. that momentum, that morale, it just fuels you. And For Fun took it, rode it, and won with it.
Yeah, I can totally imagine the comments being like, just keep going, keep pushing, keep pushing. That was huge for them. They were managing to keep the levels even. They were managing to keep it relatively even in general. The scores were a little bit scary for a second, and though CCL was playing a little bit back, I think that they were able to get that pick on the Leafeon, and they were just, that's it. That's all you need. Keep going.
Absolutely. Now we're coming into game number 3. Glaceon didn't work game number 1 for them, but it certainly did work in game number 2. They were able to shut down the Leafeon. They were able to take momentum in the pit for Groudon and able to find somebody and get them caught out with quick, massive, targeted damage from Glaceon. So, coming into game number 3 as CC Yellow, what do? Do you pivot, or do you just play smarter and just bring the same roster?
I think that, like I said the previous game, I don't think that the Glaceon was the issue. In game 1, Glaceon was able to get a couple like early KOs. I got a double KO streak very early in the game. I think that was not the problem. It was just the way that the Groudon fight was played, and that they allowed CC Yellow to get that huge score lead with a lot of pressure of not being. If you don't get the Groudon objective, it's really hard to catch up once you're falling behind. But otherwise, I think that we're going to see the exact same picks. That's my prediction. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Like, you don't have to fix it,
Exactly. I mean, they dropped the Leafeon and brought the Espeon back. That did work for them. We had many good engagements with the Espeon with the Psychic Slayer, able to shut down certain Pokemon, rip them out of Unite moves. Just overall, just do really good things. And I think For Fun is going to run that back. Like you said, Espeon, doesn't matter if it's going to be any of the 6 there. It just cannot be one of the ones that is dropped, because it is so pivotal into every single comp in the Eevee League.
Yeah, it's definitely the Eevee that has the best early game in lane. It also has the best secure. That you could see the battle of the secures right there in that fight. And there you go. Then we see the Leafeon on the side of CCL. We have the Sylveon. I don't think we're changing. Like we said, I don't think that there's a change happening. And For Fun, again, picking the 3 attackers.
Yeah, no changes. Doesn't need it. We don't want it. These are good. These are perfect teams. The way they work, the way they run. And we've got Curse Incense on both Sylveons there. The only curse items in the game being used by either team.
We have been seeing a lot of the assault vests on the tanks here. I'm surprised to not see them in all of them. It's only Umbreon's currently running it on the Vaporeon. It is very important to run that item when you have 3 special attackers evolutions. So I think that is a very great pick. I'm surprised that we don't have it on any of the other ones.
Yeah, that is actually very hard to remember. So I'm excited to see this. This is the final game for Scherzies this time of the losers round of the Eevee League. One team will be going up and facing off against Rush Hour with a shot at $250. The other team, sadly, going home. Who's that going to be? Well, there's only one way to find out, and we're going to find out within the next 9 minutes and 37 seconds.
Yeah, and funnily enough, we have Umbreons on Vaporeon. That's going to be a little whiplash to no clarity there. But it seems like For Fun already getting those early stacks. Both Umbreon and I believe Vaporeon are both stacking, and we get a kill on the Vaporeon though.
Unlike previous games, only the junglers are evolved. There we go. We get the Vaporeon of evolution and the Espeon for fun. Now only missing their one Pokemon, Glaceon, which is with our most important one. CC Yellow getting everybody online just in time for the Swablu's Alterias at 850. Down on the bottom side, most of them are going to go handily to the side of CC Yellow. But we are going to see DD locked into a mean look there, trying to look in, capitalize, and boom, with that icy win.
Yeah, you cannot escape those sure hits from the icy win. I'm really happy to see that there was a moment of hesitation aside for fun. Oh, I see CC Yellow jungler heading bottom. It was like a hesitation of where to go, but I'm really glad they were able to capitalize off this Espeon stun there.
Absolutely. Well, this is a great set so far. Already off to a great start. 10-16. 2 minutes into this match. Barely any points scored. So that's not going to be a threshold to really use to mark skill or who's ahead. Staring it down. Leafeon into Vaporeon. Tap staring down Chrissy. That's, they just didn't know they were there. But Drago going to go to the side of CC Yellow. Now, that is going to be a score speed enhancement for this Espeon there, but it is going to be a slight EXP all for the side of CC Yellow.
Yeah, and all of the evolutions already have their second move on the side of for fun, which is huge. We already have the Vaporeon heals. That is going to be a really good advantage.
Already back in on the 720 birds. Most of them, once again, going to CC Yellow there. We're going to get put in a room and stop that scream Sylveon and put him on a timeout or something. My goodness. Brother's so loud. What can we do with that? I have no idea. Down in the basement, though, we are finally able to take out CC Yellow Sylveon. And now the noise can stop.
Yeah, they were Sylveon there was trying to back away, but we're having some production issues, it seems, currently. But yeah, and that's Espeon was just, oh no, you're not backing away, and just showing again why, in my opinion, is the best evolution with those stuns.
I mean, listen, a Pokemon Unite game is not a Pokemon Unite game unless you have a crash or three, Even if you're on the production side, you got to have a crash. But I am excited to see how this is going to play out for the side of CC Yellow and for fun. While we have our producer going in to get us back into that game, let's bring us on back, if we're not already, to our beautiful mugs. Because you don't want to see loading screens. You don't want to see update data. That's not fun. That's boring. You want to see a very fancy VTuber.
True. So true. But yeah, what are you thinking? I'm kind of excited. What are we gonna come back to? What do you think it's gonna be? What we're gonna see them load back in?
Oh, I think we're going to see score shift in the favor of CC Yellow. So I think CC Yellow is going to maintain it, but I think the levels are going to be relatively the same. Because I think For Fun has been doing a great job of keeping pace with them. Where they were lacking in game number 2, Leafeon just absolutely went away, just kept going very far. Even Piper has some commentary on this, don't you, Pippa Girl?
Yeah, definitely. I really appreciate Piper's input. I think that she is the best player of Pokemon Unite in the world. With those little paws. But yeah, and like I said, I love to see that having Espeon be the difference in the way that your game is going. Again, my favorite evolution, I believe, is the best one. The early game, the first 3 minutes of a Pokemon Unite match, the last 2 minutes of the Pokemon Unite match tend to be the most important ones. And just having those secures can make the difference.
Absolutely. And I'm excited to see it because, again, I think both teams have what it takes. I would love to see For Fun climb back and say, ha,
CC Yellow. Now we're going to take the win. We're going to be 1-on-1. We're going to be 1-1. And that means at some point, we got to, just try to get stuff in. But yeah, we're going to throw to a quick break while we resolve some production issues there, chat. But when we come back, we should hopefully have the results of game number 3 of our losers finals. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. All right, we're back, catching you up. 53 seconds left. For fun has Groudon. 436 to 274. CC Yellow on the back foot. One man down, but the four-man army has returned. They're ready for KOs, and they're diving in, Fairy.
Yeah, it seems like that we got the KO on the Groudon. That is amazing to see. I kind of sad that we didn't see what actually got them there. But now we just need to back away. We don't need to keep pushing. And we know we're in the lead. 200 points. 20 seconds. I'm not sure if they CC Yellow can come back from this.
Oh, listen, the underdog stories come true. Hyde's predictions taken to heart. So well did we predict that we crashed the game for production. We had to go in and fiddle with the strands of fate to make sure that the outcome came out the way that we predicted. Because who wants to be a liar on the internet these days, right, guys? But congratulations! For Fun is going to be moving on to fight Rush Hour in our grand finals best of 5 match and a shot at $250.
Yeah, and for the next one, we're having Miari come back, and we're gonna keep Hyde. I'm really excited to see how the winners final is going to go. Really great job for fun, I imagine, if they made it. So really excited to see. I will be watching for sure.
Well, thank you, Ferry, for coming in. It's been a blast having you, watching you from start to finish there. But she's right, folks. When we come back, it's going to be Hyde and Meowri, the dynamic duo that should have led, but unfortunately, one of us, they shall not be named, had to work, because he had to do some life stuff. But yeah, we're going to go to a quick break while we set up that lobby. And when we come back, this will be it, the culmination and the end of the Summer Eevee League.
Welcome back, gamers. I am joined once again. Actually, not once again. I have not been around Hyde in a while because he has been working. But he is here and ready to join us for grand finals. And we've got a pretty exciting match up here today. We have Rush Hour versus For Fun, who just beat out CC Yellow in the lower finals there in that best of 3 set. So I am super excited to see what they have going on.
They got beat out in the winners round by CC Yellow, knocked down the losers, and then the seeding and the grudging, and maybe a little brought them back into the sights of CC Yellow at the losers finals. They were able to come out on top of that match, and now they're up against Rush Hour. For Fun's journey through this has been one heck of a ride, and I'm excited to see how it's going to end. Grand Finals is finally here. Best of 5 with a bracket reset because some insane person decided that's how it was gonna be. Don't look at Hyde. It might have been me, but we don't point fingers. It's okay. It's okay.
No,
Right,
I
Aaron?
don't know. Maybe we do. It just depends on the day, honestly, and how spiteful. But I'm very interested in what happens during this match. Rush Hour has been our top seeded team for the duration of Eevee League. I don't believe they have dropped a single game throughout. Whereas For Fun has been doing consistently pretty well, but I believe they were more a little bit lower up in the seeding here. So this is a bit of a surprise to see them facing off against Rush Hour in this last bout in the Eevee League for this best of 5. And like you said, no winners advantage, just full bracket reset. And speaking of reset, it looks like we're going to be heading straight on into our draft where some confusing things are happening with names, but don't worry, both teams shook on it, so it's all good. Rush Hour became For Fun and For Fun became Rush Hour.
Whoa! It's the 4-hour and the rush funds. Oh, you gotta love to see it. All right, we're figuring out which eons we want to bring. Tang cycling through the roster, looking at Empoleon potentially with a little bit of foreshadow. Future for us. Ooh. But I do like to see that For Fun has not given up on the Glaceon. They dropped the Umbreon Meowry, but Rush Hour just says, nah, Core 5, send it.
Or 5, we're sending it. Also, Benny, Colin Tang is not on the Leafeon, and I'm a little confused here. But it's okay. It's fine. That's just what I've seen for like 6 weeks straight. It's okay. And I think Coolager was on the. Oh my gosh, I think we're playing some off rolls here, so we're gonna be seeing some different stuff because Asha was consistently on the Sylveon. Ash is on the Umbreon. Johnny Knobs was on the Espeon. Coolager was on. I don't know, Hyde. I'm really getting kind of confused. My eyes are crossing a little bit, I think. But we are heading into our very first game in this best of 5 set. So first 2, 3 here, and the Eevees are racing it out. It'll be Rush Hour For Fun on your purple side, and For Fun, Rush Hour on your orange side.
Speaking of crossing things, we're going back into a standard lane. We are not split jungling here at all. Something that For Fun has consistently done against other teams. Now, Rush Hour consistently at the top, but not completely undefeated throughout the Eevee League. They have lost some games, even though they've never lost a set. Now, what are those teams that do that really allow them to get ahead? They either outpaced Rush Hour or they managed to keep tempo with them. And that is something that Rush Hour has been infamously able to do, is to just either outpace their team, outpace their opponents, or to just get them off their own tempo and start playing the Rush Hour game.
They do indeed, and it'll be Johnny Knobs who leads the pack for engages with that Vaporeon. now. Mal is up this top lane on Espeon, is sitting with that blue buff right now. The Swablues and the Altarias are up, and Vinny is coming in with a vengeance here. Yeah, you know, really, the RH for fun? They got me. It's confusing. There goes an Eevee down right now, and Leafeon gets some scores in for the side of Rush Hour here. And I might have to just give up on saying the names because I'm like, for fun, Rush Hour, who knows? Not me. Certainly not me.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Rush Hour has taken a commanding lead, 50-2 points there. Not a whole lot of stacks for the side of For Fun. In fact, they are still stuck with a little Eevee. Vaporeon is not online yet. And then, of course, as I bring attention to it, they got to make a liar out of me. That's the way it's got to go, no matter what. If Hyde brings attention to it and says the team didn't do it, they're immediately going to get it like that, right then and there. But we do have level 8. We have 8x8 on the hands of Rush Hour. Emerald 2-step already coming in. Fails to pick up the KO, but we do get a nice little sweet citrus berry.
Yeah, we do indeed, and some little scores are coming in here from Asha on that Umbreon there. And I mean, they are definitely leading a lot on these scores right now. I did go back and check through the bracket history, and no, Rush Hour was completely undefeated. No games were taken off them unless something was reported incorrectly. Well, no, you know how it is.
You're looking at today's tournament. I'm talking about the league overall.
Oh, I'm talking about the league overall.
No, we have had some games getting taken off of Rush Hour as well. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's happened. I'm pretty sure we've had some losses for Rush Hour. I don't think they've been completely undefeated. Of course, I could be wrong. I am Hyde. What's Hyde known for? Spreading misinformation. But what's not misinformation is Regilecki is going to go play for the side of Rush Hour, and now Reg Ice might just do the same if For Fun isn't careful.
That is true here. Zoro is hyper voicing in on Rush Hour right now, and this Vaporeon is coming through. Does end up getting the knockout on this Sylveon here as the Emerald 2-step does come out from Vinny, and they are looking pretty low. Gohan is just trying to stay out of their way, but the Leafeon is moving quick through that Flux Zone. They do not care that it is not theirs. They are going to go ahead and just do whatever the heck they want here. Up this top lane, Regilecki is also playing on Rush Hour's side, which is kind of rude, honestly. Red buff will be going to Rush Hour's Vaporeon as well here. Chrissy is looking a little low on this Leafeon right now, and it's 248-4 here. Rush Hour is leading a lot right now.
It's just small points coming in too, not even big scores. We have the Emerald 2-step coming in from Asha there as For Fun is grouped up. They want to use the power of that pad. Glacial Stage comes out, and boom! That's going to be not 1 but 2 knockouts against Rush Hour, but 3 swings around. There goes that Psychic. So there, 1 more for Rush Hour, falls down, and it's Espeon in a dream.
Is indeed just them up still. We're at the 5-minute mark, 255-4. Chrissy is coming in deep on Coolager, though they do take a lot of damage, but Asha is there with the Wish, just ready to heal them up, and Johnny Noms as well. I mean, that really any help that was taken away is just very quickly given back with those 2 healing Mons right by them. And up this top lane we've got, it looks like our Regilecki is already spawned in.
255-4. Rush Hour is not letting up. They're keeping that pace, they're keeping that momentum, and they're keeping For Fun off kilter. We're going to see Ferric Frolic into an Aquamarine Splash, but we're not able to find the KO. Sylveon just getting out by the nick of its teeth, finally gets taken down. Now that Vaporeon is next on the list, and it's also gone. 2 good KOs for the side of For Fun.
Yeah, no, for sure. That was definitely a nice KO there for Zoro. But Colin Tang is back, and they're ready to hit people with that mystical fire right now. Reggie Steele just got captured by Rush Hour as well. I mean, this is looking pretty rough for fun right now, and they're just in a really scary position right there too. Johnny Nom's trying to get on in there, but I mean, they have their Aquamarine Splash. That Vaporeon is not going anywhere anytime soon.
Absolutely. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. 90 seconds until our first objective spawn, or our first final objective of the set spawns in. Now we are trying to get away with the Espeon there, but Vaporeon doing fantastic work. Finds the KO anyways, and manages to try to get out there. Nah, it's gone. It was like, nah, I could try, but I ain't going to make it very far. Unfortunately, Aqua Ring can only heal so much.
It can only heal so much. Here, Reggie Lecky is getting torn down by Rush Hour right now. And it is right before our final objective spawns on the map here with the Groudon. It looks like For Fun is already, they're just trying to get some farm where they can, but Rush Hour is just doing a great job of getting all of these objectives off the map and on their side. And For Fun hasn't really been able to do a whole lot about it. They've gotten a KO here and there, but it's really all going to come down to this Groudon fight right now.
15 seconds until that fight begins, or potentially 3:20 to 4. Rush Hour not in any dangerous situation. They do not need to take this Groudon at all. They don't even need to figure out whether if they want to do it or not. But 100 points goes in, so that's 139. 143 to 320. They're back on the board. All of a sudden, this game isn't too far away, but Espeon goes counter scores with 78. They're very far away because they did that at the home pad there. They're looking to try to catch someone into the Aquamarine Splash. It's going to result in a KO. Rush Hour does lose that Vaporeon there. For Fun, though, very low HP. We are going to be seeing their own Psychic Slayer coming in. And all of a sudden, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 with the future sight predicting the downfall of number 5 for Rush Hour. For Fun's out of the picture. Rush Hour is now collapsed on Groudon. And Groudon says, fine, take it.
Yeah, Groudon will be playing for Rush Hour right now, and For Fun is looking a little rough here. Chrissy does end up going down there. Eevee trying to keep them off this pad if they can for as long as they can. But, I mean, we've just got a minute left here. It would take a really good pushback from For Fun at this point in the match. Can we take a Groudon buff for 3? And try to push it back, but that is like a 500-point lead here. It is just really, really tough, and it's looking like Rush Hour is going to be taking this first game off this set.
Yeah, not surprising there, but you know what? I mean, For Fun had some pretty good moments there. They were keeping up for a bit. They did have some really good KOs in the pocket as well, but they weren't able to fully capitalize on those. They figure out what to do with them, and For Fun just kept them scattered. Rush Hour kept them scattered, kept them playing the Rush Hour game rather than allowing For Fun to play their own.
Yeah, no, it was honestly a really, really tough game. For Fun, Rush Hour just, I mean, they got ahead with those objectives and everything like that. Yeah, you can see there Vinny with the 11 KOs. Really huge damage from Coolager as well on the Espeon. But some nice heals as well from our tanks there with the 70 and the 78 from Asha and Johnny on the side of Rush Hour. And then Vivi with a nice 60k on the Vape as well. Now, as we move it back into our caster camps, I do find it interesting. I just don't see a lot of teams take off one of the defenders, and For Fun doing that was definitely a risky move, and I don't know that we're going to be seeing them that again. I mean, Umbreon and Vaporeon just provide so much incredible value um for both sides. I just I don't know about that one, Hyde.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the way Rush Hour games is by putting that pressure on the momentum, that early game. For fun, just has to try to keep up. That's where their best shot is going to be. Rush Hour is not a very hard team to predict in the EV League due to the limited roster, but they are an incredibly hard team to keep pace with. They are fast, they are fluid, and they are in constant motion. And for fun, just got a little bit razzled and dazzled, and they got a little bit dizziness and confused. They got smacked by that Spinda Dizzy Punch. And coming into game number 2, they still got a shot, but it is going to have to be that 6-game mile run still ahead of them in order to do it.
Tough one, but teams are getting ready right now. It is looking like Groudon is going to be our next map once again. No real surprises there. Groudon has been a pretty consistent pick throughout this. We saw a couple Kyogres, absolutely no Rayquazas. If I see a Rayquaza, I don't know. It's not gonna be a thing. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what they do. I do expect to see Umbreon and Vaporeon played again for fun. I also think I don't know if Rush Hour is just like they did a little bit of memeing with like changing their names on both sides. I don't know if they have completely went off roll um for some of this, but that is definitely what it's looking like, and they still did a really fantastic job. So they are some formidable opponents indeed.
Yeah, again, and it's going to be interesting to see how For Fun's going to make the adjustment. You have a very limited roster, so if you want to make any significant adjustments, it comes down held items, battle items, and the move set that you pick. We have seen Leafeons in the past that just come in and they've brought in that Leaf Blade into that Solar Blade. So that could be something we see. That is something that For Fun does run, but they're going to hover over the Mega Charizard Waion.
They are indeed, and it's looking like the Umbreon is going to be making an appearance once again. Chrissy is also looking at Vaporeon right now, so we'll see if that comes on the board here. It's looking like we might, I don't know, Asha is still on the Vaporeon once again. It looks like we have swapped our roles around a little bit more. So it's gonna be something a little different today. Coolager on the Leafeon. I mean, both teams did really well with the mons that they chose, even if they haven't been consistently who we on them before here. The Glaceon with the special attack specs on the side of For Fun. They're going to be looking to get some early stacks, and those could make a huge plays.
Absolutely. The loading screens are done. We're just waiting for the game to bring us in. The magic's about to happen. We're about Eevee Bonanza explode all over your screens, folks, any second. And I'm excited because, again, we see that the For Fun has pivoted away from Leafeon, brought in Glaceon instead. Now we are going to be running 2 tanks. Make sure we run all 3 attackers. This is an anti-speedster game.
It is indeed Leafeon for Rush Hour in that central path there. Now taking the Espeon into that central lane there. And the Swift does not land on the Xatu there, unfortunately. But it's just, whoops. There we go. Yeah, so Sylveon going ahead and getting some scores in. Johnny Noms here, 6-6 at the 9:30 mark here. Benny taking a little bit of damage from those Swifts on the side of For Fun. And Mal going ahead and going for this bottom lane push right now.
Yeah, they're going in and they're going in hard. 8-6. The 45 seconds have only elapsed, but right now For Fun is keeping pace. But look at the levels, though. That is a completely different story. all evolutions for the side of Rush Hour online there. We still had 3 Eevees. We managed to solve that by evolving 2 of them, but once more, Vaporeon not fully evolved for the side of for fun.
Yeah, no, Sylveon taking down Sylveon for fun there, and Asha getting a lot of damage taken there. It's just a bit too much there. The Espeon on the side of For Fun able to take them down here. And then Colin Tang is looking at some of this bot lane farm right now. And Gohan is also looking at getting some of that where they can, but Vivi might be caught in a really bad spot here with those Psyshocks are raining down, forcing the eject here. And it is just a little bit too much with those Psyshocks to follow them up.
Yeah, absolutely. Psyshock is a powerful stun move. If you're able to hit it, it can lock an opponent down quite a while. Almost on par with Gardevoir's Moon Blast. That is a move that I have been saying since day one. Just the stun just needs a slight reduction in timer, you know? That's all it needs. And Psyshock's pretty dang close to that.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those moves that you do have to aim, and so I am like giving players a little bit of a reward for actually being able to aim is nice, but the stun is, oh my gosh, it is wild on that thing. It takes a long time. It's a fantastic secure here. But Regidrago is going ahead and getting it taken down. It looks like For Fun is wanting it, but Coolager does not want them to have it as the Emerald two-step does come out, and they do take down the Glaceon right now. And Vinny is also looking to try to get this Sylveon off, but it'll be Espeon. It'll be Mal who goes ahead and takes the Regidrago away from Rush Hour.
That is going to be great for them. They now have the momentum in their favor. They're still lacking on points there, but they got the manpower into the basement. They just got to connect, find something to put these points in, because it's just an Umbreon and an Espeon. And even though I say that, it is a very deadly goal. Yeah, absolutely. Double knockout.
Couple was taken down here. Zoro with the hyper voice here trying to defend this pad, but the Aquamarine Splash from Asha does come out, knocking a bunch of these Eevees up into the air. The Glacial Stage also to follow it up here, but Zoro's caught a little bit too far out and does end up getting taken down by Rush Hour. We are just super back and forth here. The Emerald two-step does go in there, and they do end up going down, so that was a nice KO there for fun. But Rush Hour, while this has been happening, has been shredding the Regieleki as well. Johnny Noms did go ahead and grab that for their side, and we're contesting the Regirock right now. It looks like Glaceon is going to be the one to capture that for fun.
Huge buffs, defense, special defense buffs going in for the side of that. We're not going to talk about the little bit of moment earlier where Hyde accidentally muted his mic and Meowry was like, "What are you doing, gamer? No!" So 194 to 9 now for the side of Rush Hour. Rush Hour doing fantastic work. Again, Regieleki connects once more. That's going to be a Leafeon going in for some quick stacks there. Just sees an Espeon says, YOLO, unite!
Yeah, indeed. Here, 212 to 9. Chrissy looking to get some vision. They find a Vaporeon and they say, "Hey, I don't want any of that in that tall grass right now." But I mean, we're kind of existing somewhat peacefully next to each other. We take a berry, we run a little faster away, you know, we don't want to deal with all of that, but there is a Leafeon up that top lane. Aquamarine Splash does come out, and Chrissy is just caught in a really terrible spot here with the Vaporeon and the Sylveon crashing it down upon them as well. And down this bot lane, we're kind of dancing around a little bit as well.
Umbreon putting Umbreons into meme looks there. That's almost diabolical. That's, I don't know. I mean, that seems really dark wizardry voodoo that's going on there, but Rush Hour does not care, and neither does For Fun. Moonlight Prance into the Glacial Stage comes out now. They are putting the pressure on. They're forcing For Fun, or they're pushing Rush Hour back, but Rush Hour just says, are you pushing us back, or are we leading you into a trap?
Yeah, no, and Rush Hour is over in that central lane, grabbing as much of this farm from For Fun as they can here. Mal is looking pretty rough. Here's Johnny Noms. Johnny Noms does come in with the hyper voice. I had to double check. Everybody's changing names and changing mons and changing all the things that I've grown to love and know. And yeah, Chrissy also coming out with the Aquamarine Splash to try to get something to happen here. And the Psyshock does connect on the Sylveon here, so some value gotten for fun with that play.
Massive value. 3 KOs of massively leveled players for the against the side of Rush Hour. For Fun, now looking a little bit prettier, but the score is 254 to 21. We have just over a minute until the Groudon spawn in, and we got a Regieleki sitting pretty, looking at that front pad, being like, wouldn't that be good to hit?
It definitely looks pretty tasty to a lone Regieleki up top lane, but this hyper voice is huge. It is so powerful here, and you can see that advantage that For Fun gained by those couple KOs is immediately taken back. There's a pretty late glacial stage from Gohan there to try to keep Rush Hour from breaking this pad, but really, Glaceon, not always the best when it comes to trying to do pad defense. It's just not the same as like having a Sylveon on the hyper voice. You can only really lock on to one person, so it's hard to keep a onslaught that is Rush Hour from scoring in your pad.
Yeah, Reg Ice is going to be going into the pocket of Rush Hour. Just a little bit of healing increase for 90 seconds. That's all they wanted there. Nobody opted to go take Regieleki. Nobody really defending it. Nobody really just doing anything with it. And now the Groudon is spawned, so the game is on. We already got a Hundo Burger going in from the Sylveon. Rush Hour going very risky play there for 13 to 31. Now we're trying to put a beat down there on Tang. Tang gets caught out.
Oh.
Not enough damage, and that's a quick KO.
Yeah, nice KO for the side of For Fun here. Getting Colin Tang out on that Espeon is huge. If they can get some more of these damage dealers off the board, then that might make all of the difference here. Asha does come in with the Aquamarine Splash, and they get the knockout there. Vinny is looking just kind of running away from For Fun right now. Groudon's looking low, and it'll be For Fun who actually ends up capturing the Groudon.
Right now they got to score. That is a massive amount of scores they got to put in though, because they got to connect 4 of them. And Rush Hour, again, they're not panicking. They just said, all right, you know what? We can give the front 2. If anything, we might be able to give a third. But when we give a KO with a 25-second cooldown timer, that is almost half the time from what we've got left there. So that's just not good. But we are able to split up, and that is going to be Glaceon down. The buff has transferred now over to the side of Rush Hour.
It did indeed here, and we're kind of just dancing around here on this pad here. We don't want to overstay our welcome on Rush Hour's side, and it looks like we end up doing just that here. We're able to, I mean, we just weren't able to really score here. 413 to 131. Rush Hour beautifully taking these buffs back on their side and going ahead and seeing if they can get some scores in on For Fun's home pad in this last 5 seconds.
One Hundo Burger was not enough to make it, but Rush Hour is clapping back with all the leftovers. We got quarter pounders, we got 40% beef, we got 75% beef, we got a little bit of pork too. And you know what? Maybe a little bit of Eevee as well. Who knows? We are in the Pokemon world. I can't imagine they don't nibble on them.
I hope they don't, but you know, sometimes it be like that. You know, they do eat Slowpoke tail, and that is a little sad for that guy. But yeah, I mean, Johnny Noms, 120k on this Sylveon, absolutely devastating work there. Chrissy had some really great healing numbers there, and Mal and Zoro had really great damage as well here. They were playing, they had some really great picks throughout. So we'll see what they do in this next one as we move on back to our caster cam and head on in our game 3 of this best of 5 set.
Yeah, absolutely. I am excited to see how this is going to end up because, again, Rush Hour is now in that crucial match point position. If they win this next game, they win it all, folks. They win the Eevee League, become our first Eevee League champions, especially for the season of summer. And they are going to win a nifty $250 prize to the Pokemon Center. So that's not a small prize to scoff at there. So that could be nice, especially if your team headed into the Worlds or if you just want to order online. So whatever happens there. So yeah, this could be it. And for fun, they have been fighting valiantly. And I think after that last game, though, they have what it takes to take this to a game 4, potentially into the reset and maybe into the win. It's a long shot, but we have seen longer.
We definitely have seen longer here, and it's these longer, like, best of 5s, best of 7s, teams get used to each other, and they kinda understand how the other team is playing more over time. So this might be a closer game than we would think, as we head into this next one. I am expecting it'll probably be Kyogre or Groudon. If it's Rayquaza, I will be very, very surprised. You just don't see that guy a lot. But looks like we are going to be seeing Groudon here in potentially this last match. Both teams have said that they are ready. So we will be going ahead and starting in second. I don't know if they do anything necessarily different. I liked that they brought back the defenders here. I think Chrissy and Eevee do a really great job on both of those bonds here, and we do see Chrissy go ahead and lock in the Vaporeon for the side of For Fun once again.
Yeah, absolutely, but we are going to be seeing the Espeon being left behind, potentially in the hands of Johnny. You know, they're locking Espeon. They said, you know what, it's fine. Gohan, though, bringing in the Reshiram. Man, all these eons I didn't even know that existed before Fun is definitely making sure that we are aware of them.
Thank goodness I would have never known, honestly. Yeah, no, that thing did get a little, it got banned from Underdog last week. It is a little busted. So if it wasn't Eevee, I'm sure we'd see it get picked every single time. But we are going back in. Colin Tang on the on once again. I mean, oof. Oof. That's scary. That's I'm a little frightened, Hyde.
Buckle up because they want to end this. They put everybody in the spots that they're supposed to be, and they said, all right, guys, time to lock in. For Fun has now has a very, very tough team. I mean, it was tough before, but it's even tougher now. But once more, potentially for the last time, we got Eevees in the top. We got Eevees in the we got Eevees in your nightmares, Eevees in your dream, and Eevees even in your jungle.
Oh my gosh, they're everywhere. Oh my gosh. And Vinny is already starting off strong, looking at a central path invade here on this poor little red buff here. And Zoro is a tiny little Sylveon Eevee, and it is really just brutal here. Vinny just absolutely hassling Zoro right now. They might be able to go ahead and capture an early KO and take this red buff as well here. For Fun has Mal in that central path, but Mal says, nope, I do not want to deal with that.
From scores alone, Rush Hour is able to get a Umbreon online, and now all of a sudden they're just missing a Vaporeon. And of course, as I say, in good old Unite fashion, Vaporeon comes online. Now, For Fun, though, still missing on Evolution. They're still missing their own Sylveon there. Very rough Pokemon to be behind on.
You definitely want the Sylveon online as early as possible, as with most of these Eevees for sure. Vivi kind of out here. We're brawling with this other Umbreon right now, caught in the mean look from Coolager. Really brutal. Colin Tang coming down with that Razor Leaf flank here. Colin Tang is looking a little bit low, so we do end up backing off, but with him back on the Leafeon, we've got to play this pretty careful.
I mean, with the supposed locking in coming in that we're supposed to be seeing, For Fun is definitely locked back in as well. 63 to 46, keeping those scores very even. Look at the levels. We do have 8x8 on the hands of Colin Tang. That's an amazing feat. Very hard to pull off on a Leafeon there. The first Pokemon to have its Unite move. And as you can see, it doesn't have it because it already did.
Yeah, no, for sure. With like 77 to 46, not that much of a score lead just yet. Up this top lane, we've got Vinny up here. Vinny has really been doing a lot of interesting tactics throughout this, just kind of being a bit of a nuisance for fun, grabbing their farm out of their hands, stalling their levels. But for fun is they have some nice little scores that they got in there down this bot lane, and we are just farming it up, moving as a pack where we can here, but that does leave the Vaporeon up that top lane to just score without consequence.
98 to 65. That score of no consequence did not put them ahead by too far, only by 33 points now. Reggie Drago still roaming the MAC, being like, guys, I promise I'm a real objective too. At least according to Reggie Drago. Barry says it's not a real objective, just kind of a guy that floats there. But now we're going to be coming in. We got our late objectives. Lecky into the basement with a roulette into the top.
Reggie Drago, Truthers Unite. Hyde says, and Vinny getting a stun. The side shot comes in. The Emerald two-step is next there from our Leafeon. Colin Tang getting a nice 2KO streak here. This tier 1 is looking like it's going to be rush hours as the next Eevee falls here. More and more scores are coming in. That'll be a 24-point overcap down this bot lane for rush hour, and they're going for the Regieleki.
Yeah, that's massive here on the side of Rush Hour. That are 100 points and more over what For Fun is at. We have 6 minutes left in the game. Reggie Drago could easily be picked up along the way. That's exactly what Rush Hour is going to do. But up at the top, that Reggie Roulette is being completely ignored by everyone, including For Fun, because Rush Hour just says, we see some prime real estate and we're hungry.
Yeah, no, they love it. Vinny is over there non-stop. The hyper voice is coming out from Asha, dealing tons of damage, followed up by the Fairy Frolic and the Glacial stage there from Johnny Noms here. Chrissy looking pretty low, but that wish is on, and it is definitely helping keep her up on the board as long as possible there. Keep you from going to the Pokemon Center and absolutely not anywhere else. But Johnny Noms looking a little low, able to jump on into the heels from the Vaporeon there, and Colin Tang just able to punish a little bold chase there from For Fun with that Razor Leaf.
The fact that they are always there ready to lend a helping hand to extend and allow their allies to get out of danger rather than being like, nah, fool, you're a mess, your problem, leave me out of it. You know, that's great teamwork from the side of Rush Hour. And you got to love to see it too, because it allowed the Glaceon to step back, get quick KOs, and they've been doing this time and time again across the league. And today is no different.
Definitely. That is definitely not a solo queue Leafeon. Reggie Rock looking pretty low. Zora trying to come in with the hyper voice to try to grab it, and it looks like it does end up going to Zoro here. Reggie Rock will be playing for Fun for a bit here, and Asha's looking kind of low, but the hyper voice is absolutely brutal, and we're running face first into it, and For Fun does end up getting punished for that. Colin Tang backing off this Vaporeon right now. No, just kidding. They don't, and Colin Tang does end up going down here, but there's definitely pretty back and forth here. Rush Rush Hour did a really, really nice job. We got a little, we were really excited about getting that 45 over cap.
We were indeed, and again, that's massive points. 203 to 96. Again, they are sitting pretty in the lead. Even they go in a crowd on like this. Yeah, they are looking pretty dang good. But they're not done yet. They got to keep the pressure on, keep the momentum, because within the 90 seconds before Groudon spawns, a lot can happen, and a lot can be done to shift the change. Nice zoning out, though, but unfortunately, poor little Vaporeon for the side of Rush Hour is really feeling the cold shoulder from For Fun.
They are indeed. We are 1 minute away from our final objective here, but that Wish puts in so much work here. You see Coolager just escaping on like a sliver of HP, and that Wish was just getting him just enough to keep going a little longer, but we're looking for the secure here, and it'll be Glaceon for Rush Hour, who goes ahead and secures that Regieleki. Will now be playing on Rush Hour's side for the duration of the game, as we're at about the 2 minute and 30-second mark here, and no other objectives will be spawning in besides Reggie Groudon. Middle.
Yeah,
well, just
I
kidding.
mean, they got
Just kidding.
Yeah, I was gonna say they got something up at the top there. They got the Reg Ice, potentially the last objective of the Eevee League for the Reggies. Rush Hour is in a prime position to take this. $250 on the line, match point. Now we're gonna be looking to find the KOs. We are able to get out of there quickly. Very Frolic coming through. Now we're able to dash in. We're keeping the beat down on, but that is bait. And we're going to get caught out. Unfortunately, that's one. That's 2 KOs down for fun. They played risky, but unfortunately, risque became too risky. Ooh.
Oh, yeah. We were playing for fun, but now Rush Hour is definitely playing this serious here as Chrissy does end up going down here. Vivi is looking pretty low as Rush Hour is rushing these pads right now. We are looking at getting this 20 in, becomes 40, puts us at 373 to 96 right now. And Johnny Noms is solo tearing down this Groudon right now, and they have some follow-up here to go ahead and make sure that that goes into their little pause here, and For Fun is just looking pretty rough here, as it'll be Rush Hour who is going to be getting all of these scores in right now. I mean, there is nothing you could do to stop this.
No, 1, 2, 3, 4 down for fun. The Hundo burgers are coming in. The cookout is complete. 785 to 96. And now Rush Hour is taking their victory lap. They have done it, folks. There's not enough time, too much distance, not enough players, and not enough points. Look at the pose. Look at these beautiful Eevees. And this will conclude all of our games here for the Eevee League Summer 2026 with your champions, Rush Hour, and For Fun, your runner-up.
They are indeed. How exciting. Congratulations to Rush Hour for a fantastic league getting played out here. I mean, I am just incredibly happy to see how well they have done. It has been very, very fun, and I mean, that very last game, there's 785 to 254 hide. I cannot believe it. Huge numbers there. Asha with 102K there. I mean, really no surprises. They have played fantastically. Super proud of For Fun too for getting up this high throughout the playoffs today. They did amazing. We're gonna move over to our caster cams though right now. Gonna be giving some final thoughts on just the Eevee League and this last game in general. Super excited to see Rush Hour be able to win this out, and so many of our teams did so well today. Theater Strike had a great run throughout our lower bracket as well. CC Yellow did fantastically. I mean, everyone really played their hearts out, and it was a fantastic
Absolutely. I mean, listen, I'm looking at the VC right now, and you know how you can set like things. I love it. Rush Hour already says for fun wins if we win. That's it. We got two champions right there. We got Rush Hour and for fun. The sportsmanship in this league has been amazing. We've had 9 incredible teams come out and play. We've had them stick around since week 1 all the way through to today. We have had so many people behind the scenes helping us come forward and put it on. You saw some of them today helping us cast, and our unsung hero Depths behind running on the production there has been a huge blessing to both me and you, Miari, because I'll tell you, production can be an absolute nightmare when you're trying to run it and cast. And no, I'm just so excited because now it's finally league. I'm like, woo, it's done. But then I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a huge mix of feelings for sure. With all of this, teams are these teams have played it out so well. We've gotten to know a lot of new players. Our staff team really been able to see how they've been able to pull through here. I mean, we've ran tournaments before here on Nebula, and this was kind of our um really amazing like comeback to doing all of that after some tough times for the team, but it's been amazing to see the community support and everything that we've gotten. Everything has just been really amazing um throughout, and I'm kind of it's so weird that it's finally over, but um yeah, I
Well,
do.
we're not done.
Yeah, and we're not done. We are planning on running league again in the fall. There will be more news on that as soon as we can get it. We've got to take our feedback and work on um improving as we always do every time. And just go from there.
Absolutely. We got Pokemon Worlds coming in 2 weeks. The last UCS that Pokemon Unite will be a part of, with the future of Pokemon Unite so up in the air and undecided, and a majority of EU, NA, and LATAM looking at it as a bit of a downer. Hopefully, we can shine some light on it with a few interesting takes. You know, there's a lot of stuff coming on in the community and the grassroots scene. So, like, listen, guys, do not be discouraged. There's still lots coming from Pokemon Unite, and there's still a lot coming from Nebula in terms of this as well. Like, we've got so many plans, but with Worlds coming up in 2 weeks there, we're not going to have anything news until afterwards. So stick around for when we post in September about what's coming up, because you guys are not going to want to miss it.
I think we're wrapping up. But thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you, casters, Tide, everyone on Nebula, to Mike, Meggie, Prezzion, Nando, for helping get us online when it comes to production, even though he hasn't been able to do that himself because he's been super busy with his job and everything, and really just
Bro's
the
just playing with trains for 12 hours.
12 hours at a time almost every day. Been working super hard, and we'll definitely have more very soon for y'all. Well, post Worlds, but we're definitely going to be running streams and doing fun events pretty soon. So I think
That's
that's
it.
it. Yeah, that's
It's that
wow.
time. We have to say goodbye.
We have to say goodbye. But yeah, we will be back as soon as we can, and we will have news about Fall Eevee League as soon as we have it. So be expecting that in a couple weeks, gamers. But we're gonna go ahead and end stream, and we're gonna find our raid target. and we
Otherwise,
will
this could go in
back
circles.
soon. Oh my gosh, yes, it absolutely would. Bye
Take care,
everyone.
everybody, and we'll see you soon.